Chapter 1. Young Miss. Young Miss, something bad happened. In the quiet and secluded courtyard, a light green figure blew into the inner room like a gust of wind. The wind chimes hanging by the door tinkled. In a simple and elegant room, a graceful figure sat facing the half-open window. The needle and thread in her hand did not stop at all because of the disturbance of the person who came in. When the little girl took a breath, the woman stopped and turned around with a smile. "What made you so surprised?" The woman was beautiful and elegant, but her eyes had a trace of agility and sharpness that did not match her delicate appearance. She was dressed in plain clothes, and her long hair was casually tied up with a jade hairpin. If others saw her, it would be hard to believe that this woman was the eldest daughter of the minister. "Young miss, you still have the mood to embroider? Do you know that Princely broke off the engagement?" The little girl grabbed the embroidery in her hand and stamped her feet anxiously. Since Princely broke off the engagement 3 days ago, she was so anxious that she almost got angry. However, her young miss acted as if it had nothing to do with her. "Qing Shuang, Princely broke off the engagement 3 days ago. Aren't you a little too slow to react now that you're panicking?" Yili didn't care about her rude behavior and looked at her little maid in amusement. "Young miss." Qing Shuang glared at her young miss. "I am not anxious for Prince Li." Her young miss did not care about Prince Li, so why should she care? But, "Oh, young miss, the emperor bestowed another marriage for you. Master asked you to go out and receive the edict." "Another marriage?" Yili was startled and could not help but frown. She thought that she could live peacefully for a few years after Princely broke off the engagement. After all, there were not many people in this era who were willing to marry a woman whose engagement was broken off. "Our family is just the minister's mansion. Why does the emperor pay so much attention to us?" 3 days ago, the engagement was broken off. 3 days later, another marriage was bestowed. Did the emperor value the minister's mansion too much, or did he not like the man who was bestowed the marriage? Qing Shuang's eyes turned red. She gritted her teeth and said, "It's Prince Ding. Young Miss must have instigated the emperor. She has been bullying young Miss since she was young. Now, she wants young Miss to marry Prince Ding." Woo-woo. Yili looked at her daughter helplessly. Such a crybaby was really a waste of the name Qing Shuang. "All right, don't talk nonsense outside. Let's go and receive the decree." Yi Family Hall, by the will of the heavens, the emperor decrees. The eldest daughter of the Yi family, Yi Li, is intelligent and virtuous. She possesses both talent and virtue, making her a good match. Prince Imo Xiaoyao of the betrothal dynasty will be his official consort. They chose an auspicious day to get married. That's all. Everyone in Yili expressed their gratitude in unison. The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict handed it to Yili and smiled. "Congratulations to Madame Yi. Congratulations to Miss Yi." Yili took the imperial edict and endured the eunuch's ear-piercing laughter. She smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks, eunuch. Thank you for your trouble." The eunuch looked at Yili with some surprise. It was said that the third daughter of the Yi family was the most famous daughter in the capital. She was famous for her lack of talent, appearance, and virtue. But looking at the woman in front of him, although she was not as beautiful as Yi Jiaoyi in the palace, nor was she as beautiful as the fourth daughter of the Yi family, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the capital, she was still a rare beauty. Moreover, her manners were graceful and her speech was appropriate. She was not like Yi Jiaoyi, who did not know her place. Glancing at the Yi family members who did not hide their schadenfreude, the eunuch understood. Although he felt some pity for Miss Yi, these matters were not something a eunuch like him could manage. He said that he did not dare and took his leave. The mistress of the Yi family politely asked the housekeeper to personally send him out. Then she glanced at Yili and pretended to smile lovingly. Fortunately, the emperor is wise and arranged another good marriage for Miss Yi. Otherwise, how could a woman who had her marriage annulled be married off? Yili's expression was normal, but she sneered in her heart. A good marriage. Did they think that she did not know anything because she did not like to go out? Prince Ding, Imo Xiaoyao, had been seriously injured when he was 18. His legs were crippled and his face was ruined. He had been bedridden ever since. He had taken 2 official consorts. It was thought that in less than half a month after marrying into the family, One had drowned and the other had died of shock on their wedding night. There were rumors that it was because she had seen Prince Ding's face that she had been scared to death. If that was not the case, with Prince Ding's status, how could he not have a consort at the age of 25? Madam is right. No matter what, Prince Ding is a first-rank prince. Lear is indeed climbing up the social ladder. The mistress of the Yi family's expression stiffened. She looked at Yili and said, "Since you know, then prepare for the wedding. Don't lose face for our manor. Your fourth sister will be getting married soon. The manor has been very busy these days." "I know. I've made Madam worry. I am the mistress of the Yi family. Naturally, I have to worry about these things," the mistress of the Yi family said. Seeing Yi Li's calm expression, she snorted and left. Yi Li smiled as she watched the mistress of the Yi family leave. She raised her eyebrows but did not say anything. Although she was the daughter of the Yi family, she was not the current mistress of the manor, Wang Shi. Instead, she was the daughter of Minister Ye's first wife, Su Shi. Su Shi was born into a scholarly family. After giving birth to Yi Li, her health had not been good. Minister Yi favored his concubine, Wang Shi. Even the power of the manor was given to Wang Shi after Su Shi became seriously ill. When Yi Li was 7 years old, Su Shi died. It was also at that time that Yi Li became the current Yi Li. After Wang Shi was promoted to the head of the manor, she was afraid that others would say that she mistreated her first wife's daughter, so she did not dare to mistreat her. However, she did make things difficult for her from time to time. Yi Li calmly resolved them one by one. As a result, Wang Shi became more and more displeased with her. Third sister, congratulations. As soon as Wang Shi left, the girls of the Yi family who were still in the boudoir immediately gathered around. They all had expressions of pity and schadenfreude on their faces as they congratulated her. The first to speak was the sixth young miss, Yi Lin. She was the daughter of a concubine. Since she was young, she liked to hang around Wang Shi's daughters. At the same time, she would make things difficult for Yi Li to curry favor with Wang Shi's daughter. Yi Li usually did not want to bicker with her. It was just a way for a concubine's daughter to survive. As long as she did not go too far, she did not want to bicker with a child who was only 10 years old. Third sister, what is there to congratulate? Marrying Prince Ding. It's scary just thinking about it. That Prince Ding is ugly and crippled. He also scared a Wang Fei to death. Maybe the first Wang Fei was also killed by him. We should congratulate fourth sister. In a month, fourth sister will be Li Wang Fei. Fifth young Miss Yishan looked fawningly at fourth young Miss Ying, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the capital. She could not hide the envy and jealousy in her eyes. Yi Ying was indeed worthy of the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital. Her eyebrows were like willow leaves. Her eyes were like autumn water. Her jade-like face was exquisite and beautiful. Her every move had a tenderness and elegance that made people want to take pity on her. However, such tenderness was not as stunning in the eyes of Yi Li, who had seen countless beauties in her previous life. We are all sisters. There is no need to congratulate. In the future, Mother will definitely choose a good husband for fifth sister and sixth sister. Ying spoke softly. Her voice was gentle and pleasing to the ear, and every single one of her movements carried a charm that caused others to be intoxicated, causing the spectators to feel a wave of jealousy. On the other hand, third sister, I hope you can forgive King Li. Ying looked at Yi Li apologetically. Yi Li smiled generously and said to Ying, "It's all right. I guess Prince Li and I are not fated. I can't ruin the relationship between us sisters because of a man, right?" Chapter 2. Ying was stunned. She didn't get the reaction she had expected. Ying thought that she would be devastated when she received the news of the engagement 3 days ago. However, she was disappointed that her third sister just said that she got it after a moment of silence and went back to her room to rest. She didn't look haggard when she saw her today. Prince Li was the dream husband of all the noble ladies in the capital. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be sad. After a while, she smiled shyly and said, "I know that you love me the most. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to the Prince Li's mansion to find me." Yi Li agreed faintly. She didn't want to see the pride on Yi Ying's face. After saying goodbye to a bunch of sisters who couldn't wait to make trouble for her, Yi Li walked back to her courtyard with Qing Shuang. On the way, Qing Shuang muttered indignantly, "Fourth miss, what do you mean? She stole Prince Li. Why are you still pretending? It's disgusting." Yili turned around and looked at her with an amused expression. "That's enough. Be careful not to let anyone hear you. I really don't care whether I marry Prince Li or Prince Ding." "How can you not care?" Qing Shuang stared at her. "Prince Li is a famous gentleman in the capital. He is the emperor's younger brother. Who doesn't know that Prince Ding is disabled in both legs, disfigured in his face, and seriously ill?" Thinking that Prince Ding was about to become her Mrs. Husband, Qing Shuang tried hard to swallow the word useless. "So what?" Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at Qing Shuang with amusement. "Do you think that Prince Li is handsome and want to marry me so that you can be my concubine?" Yili was not interested in whether he was handsome or not, although her ex-fiancé was said to be one of the 4 most handsome men in the capital. However, Imo Juanli's character was definitely not better than Prince Ding's. She had heard the news that Imo Juanli and Yi Ying were having an affair. However, Imo Juanli's motive and mentality for waiting until the wedding date to break off the engagement were worth thinking about. Thinking of this, the emperor also had to think carefully about the idea of marrying Prince Ding to her, who had just been annulled. Intelligent and virtuous, talented and virtuous, a good match, who in the capital didn't know that the 3rd miss of the Yi family was famous for her ugly appearance, lack of talent, and clumsy female artistry? Was it to say that her 3 to 5,000 gold coins was a good match for the useless Prince of Dinghua? "Miss." Qing Shuang blushed and stamped her feet. No way. Qing Shuang would rather marry a servant than be a concubine. Most importantly, she would never be the concubine of her Mrs. Husband. Qing Shuang's mother was originally a concubine of a rich family. After her father's early death, she and her mother were chased out of the house and lived on the streets. After Qing Shuang's mother died of illness, she was almost sold into a brothel. Fortunately, the young lady bought her and gave her the name Qing Shuang. She taught her to read and write. Qing Shuang was not an ungrateful person, and she would never forget this kindness. Seeing how anxious the little girl was, Yili couldn't help but laugh out loud. "All right, can't I just joke around? Miss." Although everyone knew that Prince Ding was a good-for-nothing, this good-for-nothing was the only hereditary prince of the Dachu state. Therefore, Minister Yi and the old lady of the Yi family, who had always been indifferent to Yili, still spoke to Yili. Granddaughter greets grandmother and father. Yili arrived at Madame Ye's Rongla Hall. Minister Yi, Madame Wang, and 4th Miss Yi Ying were already there. Madame Yi nodded and smiled lovingly. "Li get up. Now you are betrothed to Prince Ding, and Ying is going to marry Prince Li next month. It's a double happiness for our family." Yili got up and looked down at the ground. Her face was very respectful. To have grandmother come back from outside, granddaughter is unfilial and has made grandmother tired. Although she didn't like Yili very much, Yili's words still made Madame Yi very happy. Looking at Yili, her face was a little warmer. "This is our family's big happy event. How can I not come back? The 2 girls' dowries have been prepared." Madame Wang quickly got up and looked at the old lady with some embarrassment. Reporting to old lady, originally there was only 4th Mississippi. Although they are getting married next month, it's not too late to rush. But now there is 3rd Miss, I'm afraid. Madame Yi was also a shrewd person. How could she not know what Madame Wang was thinking? She thought for a while and said, "Li Er's wedding date hasn't been set yet. Let's focus on Ying first." Hearing the old lady's words, Madame Wang happily agreed. Madame Yi looked at her 2 granddaughters and ordered the servant to take out 2 boxes and put them on the table. She said, "You 2 girls are lucky. One is going to marry Prince Li, and the other is going to marry Prince Ding. As a grandmother, I won't favor one and discriminate against the other. One for each of you. In the future, it will be the same for 5th Miss and 6th Mississippi. As for the dowry, each of you will have one. As for how much the family will give, it's your mother and father's business." Madame Wang smiled and said, "Old lady really loves granddaughters. This daughter-in-law and master have discussed it. If Ying Er's dowry to Prince Li is too little, I'm afraid the royal family will not be happy." The family took out 22,000 taels to buy the dowry, and there are also 6 villages and 6 shops. In addition, take out 2 estates from daughter-in-law's dowry for her. Old Madame Yi frowned and said, "Isn't it a bit too generous?" Although it was good for Yi Ying to marry Prince Li's dowry to be thicker, if the girls after her married were too poor, it would not be good for the reputation of the minister's mansion. "What do you plan to do with Li Er's dowry?" The old lady was more knowledgeable than Madame Wang. Even if Prince Ding was a waste, he was still a waste with a deep family background. If it wasn't for his own reasons, he would be more honorable than Prince Li. If they treated Yi Li's dowry too harshly, those who had been loyal to Prince Ding's mansion for generations would have something to say. Madame Wang obviously didn't expect the old lady to ask so directly. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Prince Ding is different from the emperor's younger brother. Our mansion is really a bit." This daughter-in-law was thinking if we should wait for the Prince Ding mansion to send the dowry. When the time comes, we can just send 2 villages. What she meant was that the dowry from the Prince Ding mansion would be sent back as dowry. As for how much could be sent back, it was up to her. Hearing this, Madame Ye's face sank and said, "Bastard! Sending the dowry back as dowry, only you can think of it. Do you still want our Yi family's reputation? Do you still want your stepmother's reputation? It's true that the Su family has declined in recent years, but it's not something that your Wang family can compare to." Being reprimanded so mercilessly by the old lady, Madame Wang's face suddenly turned red. She repeatedly cried out, "Old lady, this daughter-in-law is innocent. When did this daughter-in-law mistreat third young lady all these years? It's really. Our mansion is also a bit difficult. There are still a few girls who haven't married yet. In the future, when Brother Rong gets married, he also needs money." The old lady was so angry at this short-sighted daughter-in-law that she rubbed her chest. Brother Rong was only 7 years old this year. She didn't know when he would get married. She glanced at Minister Yi, who was sitting quietly on the side, and said, "She's your own daughter. What do you think we should do?" Fortunately, she came back and asked this question. If Madame Wang really married Li Er off like this, not only would she offend the Prince Ding mansion, but also the Su family. The Su family had fewer people in the officialdom in recent years, but how could a century-old big family be so easy to offend? Minister Yi looked at his mother, and then looked at his wife in embarrassment. He said, "Third young lady is also a legitimate daughter, just like Ying Er." As a minister, Minister Yi wasn't stupid. Naturally, he knew what his mother was worried about. Chapter 3. Same as Ying Er, Wang Shi screamed, "How can we have so much money? Laoi, it's not that I want to treat third miss unfairly, it's just that the family is in a difficult situation. Ying Er is Zhao younger sister, and she's married to the emperor's younger brother. If the dowry is less, it won't look good on Prince and Zhao. At worst, this concubine will give third miss the 2 manors that I left for Brother Rong in my dowry." Wang Shi wiped her tears and complained, but in her heart, she secretly hated Yi Li, who was sitting silently at the side. How can she let that bitch's daughter be like her Ying Er? Don't even think about it. Yi Shangshu was stunned and looked at Yi Li awkwardly. Now Zhao was favored in the palace, and she was pregnant. If she could give birth to a prince. Ying saw Yi Shangshu's expression soften. She bit her lips and whispered, "Father, don't be embarrassed. Give some of Ying Er's dowry to third sister. It's just that Dejeje's flower expenses can't be neglected, and 5th sister and 6th sister should also have some." Seeing that his most favored daughter was so sensible, Yi Shangshu's expression softened. He looked at Yi Li and wanted her to say a few words. Yi Li smiled faintly in her heart. She looked up at the 4 people present and whispered, "Father, mother, and 4th sister, don't be embarrassed." Wang Shi was happy to hear this. All these years, Yi Li didn't fight for anything, which made her feel that Yi Li was soft and easy to manipulate. She thought that she was going to give in. Yi Li said, "Mother mentioned to me before she passed away that when she married into the Yi family, grandfather and grandmother gave her 8 villages, 12 shops, and 3 forests. These are all left for third Mrs. Dowry. As for the rest, father and mother can just follow second sister's routine. It's better to give 4th sister more." 2 years ago, Yi family's second miss married the 3rd son of the censor family, and Wang Shi only gave 10,000 taels as dowry. What? How can this be? Those are... Wang Shi couldn't help but scream. Those were the things she wanted to keep for her daughter's dowry and for Rendezvous. Yili looked at her strangely and asked, "What is it?" She lowered her eyes slightly and looked at old Madame Yi shyly. Mother said that her dowry was for her granddaughter. My aunt knew about this. Am I right, grandmother? Old Madame Ye's expression was also a little ugly. When Sue married into the Yi family, it could be said that she had 10 miles of dowry. If all of it was given to Yi Li, then Yi Ying's dowry would be a little ugly. Yi family had been squandering money like water these years, and they were already struggling to make ends meet. If they wanted to prepare the same dowry as Sue's, Yi Ying's family would not be able to survive after she got married. However, Yi Li was right. Before Madame Sue passed away, the young Madame of the Sue family was also present. She had personally heard Madame Sue's funeral arrangements. Seeing that old Madame Yi didn't say anything, Yi Li wasn't in a hurry to speak. She just sneered in her heart. She didn't have much of an opinion about the dowry, but her mother's dowry couldn't be given to Madame Wang's daughter as a dowry. Although she had memories of her previous life after Madame Sue passed away, it couldn't change the fact that Madame Sue was her mother. She didn't forget the careful care and teaching of Madame Sue since she was a child, and the grievances that Madame Sue suffered. Since marrying into the Yi family, Madame Sue hadn't been happy for a day. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she died of depression. If her dowry was used to subsidize the daughter of her husband's concubine, Yi Li, who didn't believe in ghosts and gods, was worried that her mother would crawl out of the grave. After a long while, old Madame Yi said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. I'll discuss it with your mother and father later." Yi Li raised her eyebrows slightly and agreed softly. "Miss, Madame Sue is here." Yi Li looked up and saw her second aunt coming in from outside. She quickly got up to greet her. Second aunt. Madame Sue was only 36 or 37 years old this year. Her well-maintained appearance could only be called delicate and pretty, but her natural temperament showed that she came from a prestigious family. She frowned and looked around Yi Li's room. She couldn't help but poke her forehead. "Your aunt and uncle told you to move to your uncle's house a long time ago, but you didn't listen. Now look at what you're living in. Look at your marriage. Are you deliberately making your mother feel uneasy in the afterlife?" Yi Li rubbed her forehead and pulled Madame Sue to sit down. Uncle hasn't had it easy these years. Moreover, grandmother and father are still alive. How can a daughter move to her uncle's house? Others will laugh at the mother for not knowing how to raise her daughter. Since the current emperor ascended the throne, he suppressed the old officials of the previous emperor. Grandfather, eldest uncle, and the Sue clansmen all retired from the officialdom. Now, only second uncle was still in the Hanlin Academy as a third-rank Hanlin scholar. In the eyes of outsiders, the century-old Sue clan had long declined. Hearing Yi Li say this, Madame Sue couldn't help but sigh. "It's just that seeing you suffer so much, your grandfather would be distressed." For several generations, the Sue family had more males than females. In Grandfather Sue's generation, he only had one daughter, Yi Li's mother. Naturally, he doted on her dearly. If he knew that his only granddaughter was suffering so much, with Grandfather Sue's temper, he would probably rush to the capital to hold his son-in-law down and scold him. Yi Li smiled and said, "What's suffering? Lear won't let herself suffer." Madame Sue looked at her worriedly and said, "Now that you're getting married, Prince Ding really isn't a good match. That younger sister of yours is too much of a good-for-nothing. She stole her elder sister's husband. Is this something that the young miss of a noble family can do?" Yi Li's eyes moved. She didn't have her usual gentle and weak appearance in the Fu. She smiled faintly and said, "Prince Ding also has his advantages. Aunt and uncle don't need to worry about Li Er." The Ding Palace's position in the Dechu state was high. Unless Prince Ding rebelled and usurped the throne, even the emperor wouldn't dare to easily shake the Ding Palace's position. And now, Prince Ding was completely detached from the court because of his health. Marrying him, she naturally wouldn't have to worry about those troublesome matters. To Yi Li, it was just the difference of moving from the Yi residence to the Prince Ding mansion. In her previous life, she was too tired. In this life, as long as she could peacefully muddle along and wait for death, it would be fine. That's right, muddle along and wait for death. This was the goal that Yi Li set for herself in this life. In her previous life, she was a soldier. a soldier in a special force. She risked her life for the country. In the end, she died for the country. She wasn't filled with grief and anger. She didn't have the ambition to shock the world. She believed that she didn't let down the country, and the country didn't let her down. Dying on the battlefield was the duty and responsibility of a soldier. But after 10 years of bloodshed, she had experienced too much and was a bit tired. So, in this life, as long as she lived peacefully, it would be fine. Seeing her so calm, Lady Sue was relieved and worried. In the end, she could only sigh. So what if she was dissatisfied? The emperor personally decreed the marriage. Who could disobey? This is what your maternal grandfather gave to me and your uncle before he left the capital. It's the dowry that your maternal grandfather prepared for you. We can't openly exchange all of them for banknotes, right? Lady Sue handed over a stack of banknotes and placed it in Yi Li's hand. Yi Li unfolded it and saw that it was a banknote worth 1,000 taels of silver, 10 banknotes worth 500 taels of silver, and a few smaller banknotes worth 20,000 taels of silver. Lady Sue didn't let her speak and continued. I heard that you Wangshi also wanted to deduct the dowry that your mother left for you. Don't worry about this. Aunt will definitely help you take care of it. Humph, which daughter of my Sue family didn't get married in a dignified manner? Even if they declined, they wouldn't do such a thing as giving the dowry of the first wife to the concubine's daughter. Haven't your mother's dowry been ruined by them all these years? Aunt will definitely get those farmsteads and shops back for you. Yi Li frowned and said, Li can handle this matter by herself. Aunt, don't. Chapter 4. Lady Sue smiled and said, Don't worry, your father's position is indeed higher than your uncle's. However, if the emperor still wants to save face, he won't make things difficult for your uncle. The Sue family was the descendants of the founding ministers of the country and was the most upright family in the world. Even if they were no longer in the court, their influence was not something that the Yi family and the Wang family could compare to. After the emperor ascended the throne, it was already very unsightly for him to force the Sue family to resign. If something happened to her master, without a very important excuse, the imperial family would be drowned in the spittle of the world. Yi Li frowned and thought that it was indeed not a big deal, so she nodded and thanked her aunt. Lady Sue smiled with satisfaction and said, In the future, your maternal family won't stand up for you. After you get married, come visit us more often. This will also let your uncle and grandfather feel at ease. Lady is here. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. Wangshi appeared at the door with a group of servants. She stood at the door and looked at Lady Sue with raised eyebrows and said, Lady Sue, why didn't you say you were coming? You didn't have time to let people welcome you. Lady Sue had always disliked Wangshi's behavior. She snorted lightly and said, I'm just following my master's orders to come and see Li. The Yi family's status is high. How could we let Lady Yi welcome us? The Sue family was a scholarly family. They had never promoted a concubine to the position of the first wife. Lady Sue also never liked Wangshi's status. Moreover, her sister-in-law died of depression more or less because of Wangshi, so how could she be nice to her? Wangshi also deeply hated Lady Sue for looking down on her. She was clearly a second-rank foreign, and Lady Sue was only a third-rank virtuous lady. What right did she have to look down on her? Wangshi looked at Yi Li's room with disdain and walked to the side to sit. She said to Lady Sue, We've already sent 3rd Mrs. Horoscope to the Prince Ding mansion. The wedding date will be set in a few days. As the legitimate mother, I will naturally let 3rd Miss get married in a grand manner. Lady Sue, you don't have to worry. Madame Sue smiled faintly and sat down as well. She said, It would be great if we could get married in a grand manner. Although Li's surname is Yi, she is still a descendant of our Sue family. If a girl from the Sue family marries unfairly, even our family's old master will not agree. That's right. Brother Rong is still studying, right? I wonder if they will participate in next year's imperial examinations? Madame Sue's indifferent words made Wangshi's heart tighten. Her brother Rong was currently studying in the clan's ancestral school. She had actually forgotten that although the Sue family had declined, they were in charge of one of the 4 best academies in the world, Lishan Academy. It was also the best academy in Dechu State. Rongge was planning to study at Lishan Academy this year so that he would have a better chance of passing the imperial examinations next year. If she tampered with Yi Li's dowry, she was afraid. Thinking of this, she could not help but glare at Madame Su. Madame Su did not mind and smiled faintly. Wang Shi said with a cold face, "Our brother Rong is Zhao Yingyang's younger brother. What's so difficult about the imperial examinations?" Madame Su nodded in agreement and smiled. It's good that brother Rong is confident. On the other hand, noble consort Lu's brother is clearly the top scorer in the capital, but he is worried about me and traveled thousands of miles to Lishan to ask the old master for advice. This is too much. I'm sure your son won't need it. He must have won 3 times in a row to win glory for Zhao Yinyang. Hearing this, Wang Shi's expression became even uglier. Noble consort Lu was known as the most talented woman in the capital. After entering the palace, she was endlessly favored. In addition, she gave birth to 2 princes in a row, and a princess was conferred the title of noble consort. She suppressed her own daughter. The Lu family's young master was also famous for his talent. He suppressed her son until he was unknown in the capital. If the Lu family's boy became the top scorer next year, Zhao Yinyang would be furious. Wang Shi snorted and looked at Yi Li with some reluctance before saying, "If Elder Su can guide brother Rong, of course, he will have more confidence." She admitted defeat. Madame Su didn't say anything. She just smiled and said, "I just said something for nothing. Madame Ye's reputation is widespread. You won't mistreat your first wife's daughter. Later, I will ask our old master to send our eldest daughter's dowry list to the government office for refiling, so as not to delay Li Er's wedding." In the end, Wang Shi left with an ashen face. Madame Su only sneered disdainfully. In the Fangyi courtyard, where the mistress of the Yi family lived, Wang Shi's face was ashen. Her expression was distorted as she cursed Yi Li, Madame Su, and the Su family. The floor was covered with broken teacups and porcelain. The delicate and beautiful Ying stood silently on the side. Seeing her mother vent her anger, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. "Mother, don't be angry. Sit down and take a rest." When Wang Shi's anger was almost vented, Ying stepped forward and spoke with a concerned and worried expression. Seeing her daughter's beautiful and obedient face, Wang Shi couldn't help but feel wronged. She pulled Ying and cried, "I have worked hard for this family for so many years. When have I ever mistreated her? Now she wants to fight with you for that little bit of dowry. Good daughter, if you marry into the Li family and have less dowry, not only will you be laughed at, Zhao Yinyang will also lose face. Aren't I doing this for the sake of the estate?" That wretched girl actually sent people from the Su family to look for trouble. Yi Ying's watery eyes flashed. She smiled faintly and comforted Wang Shi softly. "Mother, His Highness Princely treats me sincerely. Naturally, he won't dislike our dowry. Besides, this matter has indeed wronged elder sister. Giving elder sister more dowry is only right. If outsiders see it, it will show that mother is benevolent and magnanimous. You didn't mistreat your first wife's daughter, right? As for second sister, she will definitely understand mother's difficulties." Wang Shi was startled. Thinking of Yi Li's appearance and demeanor, which were very similar to Su Shi's, and then looking at her own daughter's expression of being wronged, the anger in her heart was suppressed. She took Yi Ying's hand and patted it. "Don't worry, mother will definitely not wrong you. Even if I don't care about your dowry, I will definitely not let that girl marry into the family with so much dowry." Her last words sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Ying frowned worriedly. Then what does mother want to do? Wang Shi was obviously confident. She smiled complacently and said, "Mother has her own ideas. You just need to prepare the dowry well." The second daughter of the Yi family was the current most favored Zhaoyi. Now, there were 2 more daughters who were betrothed to the current most favored, Prince Li and Dechu State's only hereditary king. The Yi family was now at the peak of their power. When the news of the betrothal came out, there was an endless stream of officials and nobles who came to visit the Yi family. This made Wang Shi and old Madame Yi very happy. Naturally, everyone in the Yi family hurriedly prepared the marriage and dowry of the 2 girls. Of course, the most important thing was to prepare 4th Miss Yi Ying's. Because Wang Shi said that 4th Miss Ye's wedding was half a month earlier than 3rd Miss Ye's, There was still time to prepare 4th Miss Ye's dowry before 3rd Miss Ye's. In fact, the servants of the Yi family knew that Wang Shi did not want to prepare 3rd Miss Ye's dowry at all. Of course, if there was something good, she would prepare it for 4th Miss Yi first. Fortunately, old Madame Yi still knew the severity of the matter. Although Prince Li and Prince Ding had different priorities, they were still not people that the Yi family could afford to offend. After Madame Wang reluctantly spat out 8 farmsteads, 12 shops, and 3 woodlands, she then took out 10,000 taels of silver from the public funds and asked a sister-in-law in the clan to help with the dowry. She also took out 10,000 taels of silver from her own funds to add to Yi Ying's dowry to appease Wang Shi. Although Wang Shi was unwilling, she did not dare to refute old Madame. She could only bitterly hand over the land deeds and leave with the banknotes that old Madame gave her. Chapter 5. The madam who came to prepare Yi Li's dowry was Minister Ye's cousin-in-law. Although her husband was only a 5th-rank official and was not as prominent as the Yi family, he was still a kind person. The sisters-in-law often heard about the 3rd young lady and sympathized with Yi Li, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family. Usually, Yi Li rarely went out of the house. They only felt that she was a gentle and quiet girl and was not as bad as others said. Naturally, they understood that those rumors were spread by Wang Shi. Now that they met her, although she was not as bright and beautiful as the Yi family's 2nd young lady, nor as delicate and beautiful as the 4th young lady, her temperament was gentle and elegant. Her speech and behavior were very appropriate, especially that pair of quiet eyes. Although they were as still as water, they always made people feel that she was different from other young ladies. Although she was different from the gentle and beautiful women that many men liked, she was definitely not worse than the other young ladies of the Yi family. They couldn't help but feel wronged for Yi Li. Marrying the sickly and useless prince was fine. The dowry of 10,000 taels was a lot in an ordinary family, but compared to the other young ladies of the Yi family, it was not even comparable to the young ladies who married a few years earlier. Fortunately, the old matriarch was reasonable and returned the original Yi family's manor and shops to the 3rd young lady. Otherwise, the Yi family would be embarrassed. Yi Li was in a good mood after taking back the properties left by her mother. She was too lazy to care about the old matriarch giving Yi Ying 10,000 taels and Wang Shi using a lot of public money for Yi Ying's dowry. Originally, there were favored and unfavored children in a family. Even 10 fingers were long and short. She didn't have any opinion that the Yi family doted on Yi Ying more, as long as they didn't embarrass her. As for the future, although she didn't think that her maternal family could give her much support in the future, she couldn't fall out with her maternal family before she married. She spent 2 days checking the shop's accounts, but the results made Yi Li frown. Out of the 12 shops, 5 of them were losing money, and 4 of them were maintaining a balance. The 3 shops that were actually making money were only making a small profit. 4 of the 8 farmsteads were not the original ones. Wang Shi's explanation was that when Zhao Yi entered the palace, 4 of the farmsteads had already been used as flowers for Zhao Yi. Thus, another 4 were added from the Fu. Yi Li didn't need to look to know what kind of people the other 4 were. If she hadn't brought it up to the old madam first, she was afraid that by the time she asked for the farmsteads, all 8 farmsteads would have been changed. Early in the morning, Yi Li greeted the old madam and went out with Qing Shuang to inspect the shops. Yi Li rarely walked outside. Almost no one in the capital knew her. After walking around, not only was Qing Shuang angry, even Yi Li, who thought she had a good temperament, was angry. Out of the 12 shops, 7 shopkeepers had just taken up their positions 2 days before the shops were returned to her, so they knew nothing about what had happened in the shops before. There was also a jewelry shop that was full of people coming and going, but the account book was full of losses. As for the 2 shops that were profitable, the goods were old and the staff were listless. Even the counters were covered with a lot of dust. It would be strange if people patronized them. "Miss, Madam has gone too far. When we go back, we must tell the old madam and the master," Qing Shuang said angrily. "So what if we tell them? Of her 2 daughters, one is now a Zhao Yi and is about to become an imperial concubine. What do you think father and grandmother will do to her?" Yi Li looked at Qing Shuang and smiled faintly. Qing Shuang was speechless and indignant. "Are we just going to let it go? Madam clearly wants to humiliate you. What's the difference between having such a shop as a dowry and not having one?" Humiliate? It's only if I feel humiliated. If I don't feel humiliated, then it's not humiliated. Qing Shuang blinked and looked at her miss expectantly. Miss, do you have any ideas? Yili smiled but did not say anything. She walked around Qing Shuang and went forward. Qing Shuang wrinkled her nose and followed her happily. Miss, it's the last shop in front of us. It's Shundishuan, an antique shop. Before entering the shop, Yili frowned because of the noise in the shop. The antique shop was not a place where people came and went. It was usually quiet and elegant. The noise in the shop could be heard clearly before people entered it. As soon as they entered the shop, they saw a dazzling collection of goods in the shop. The shopkeeper, who was dressed in brocade, was looking at a young man in old clothes with contempt. The man looked haggard and sick. His handsome face was sallow and dry. Although his clothes were old, they were very clean. He did not look disgusting. Instead, he had a faint scholarly temperament. At this moment, the man's face was filled with awkwardness and anxiety. He even seemed to be panting uneasily. Shopkeeper, take a closer look. This painting is really an authentic work of Mr. Wu Zhikai from the previous dynasty. The shopkeeper looked at the man with disgust and said, Look at your poor face. How can you have an authentic work of Wu Zhikai? This painting is obviously a fake, but we also accept imitations. Since your painting is good, I'll give you 200 taels. The man was so angry that his face turned red. Wu Zhikai was a master of the previous dynasty. An authentic work, even if not the best, would cost at least 2,000 taels. If the price was raised, it could be higher. The shopkeeper wanted to buy his family's ancestral treasure at 1/10 of the price. If he did not continue to ask for money, how could he be willing to sell this painting? How dare you? I'm not selling it. The man rolled up the painting and was about to leave. Wait. When the shopkeeper saw that the man was about to leave, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes. He stared at the man fiercely and said, I'm giving you 200 taels to give you face. You didn't steal those words, did you? That's right. Look at your poor appearance. How can you have such a famous painting? Let's go to the government. Go to the government then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? How can a shopkeeper like you be so unreasonable when opening a shop? The man angrily said. The shopkeeper gave a contemptuous smile. Reasonable? Do you know who owns this shop? Let me tell you. This is the business of imperial concubine Zhao Yi's family. Our manor's fourth miss will soon become Princess Li. Do you think the government will believe me, or a poor man like you? You, this young master, I'll take your words. 2,000 taels. Yili walked into the shop and softly said. The two people who were still arguing were stunned. The man reacted and looked at the beautiful and elegant woman in front of him. He could not help saying, Do you believe me? Actually, Yili might not be able to tell if this painting was real or fake. She could only come to this conclusion from the reactions of the shopkeeper and the man, as well as the guilt that flashed across the face of the appraiser. Moreover, even if this painting was fake, she would still buy it today. When the shopkeeper saw that his business had been ruined by a little girl, he could not help but become angry. Seeing that Yili's clothes were not expensive, he knew that she did not have a good background. He sinisterly said, Miss, it's best if you don't meddle in other people's business. Yili looked at him and said with a faint smile, This young master is not willing to sell it to you, so I'll sell it now. How can this be meddling in other people's business? The shopkeeper gave a cold snort and said, Today, you have to buy it even if you don't want to. Our family's fourth miss is getting married and is looking for some antique paintings. Chapter 6. Yili sneered. Well, you have to sell it even if you don't want to. Well, I have to buy it today. Qing Shuang, give me the money. Qing Shuang took out 2,000 taels of silver and stuffed it into the man's hand. She took the painting and said with a smile, Sir, here's the money. You can leave now. The man hesitated. No, the two ladies. If he left, the two ladies would not be able to walk out of the shop with the painting. Although he was in urgent need of money, he could not harm the two kind-hearted ladies. Looking at the shop assistants who had blocked the door, the man shook his head firmly and said, I don't want to sell this painting. Miss, give it back to me. Yili took the painting from Qing Shuang, opened it, and looked at it. She nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, "Just right, I want to give this painting to someone. Sir, just take the money and leave. I want to see if there is any law under the emperor's feet." "In that case, you can't leave," the shopkeeper threatened. Yili looked at him in amusement. "Don't tell me you're going to kill us?" The shopkeeper looked stiff and said coldly, "Although I don't dare to kill you, I can take you to the government office and put you in jail. Come on, take the madam's name card and take these 3 thieves to the government office." "How dare you? Be careful, or I'll chop off your claws." Qing Shuang stood in front of Yili and knocked down a shop assistant who wanted to catch Yili. She glared at the shopkeeper and said, "You dog slave, open your eyes and look carefully. This Xindaxian belongs to my young lady." Everyone was stunned again. The shopkeeper's face was a little pale. He looked at Yili suspiciously. You are." Yili looked at him steadily and said lightly, "My surname is Yi, and I'm the 3rd child." "Third, miss?" The shopkeeper cried out involuntarily. His face suddenly became ugly. Yili handed the scroll to Qing Shuang. She glanced at the surrounding workers and said coldly, "Why aren't you leaving? You don't want to work anymore?" The workers looked at the shopkeeper and then looked at Yili before retreating to the side. The shopkeeper's reaction wasn't slow. He only hesitated for a moment before he went forward and smiled apologetically. "Third, miss, why are you here?" After taking a leisurely stroll around the store, Yili turned around and pretended not to see a shop assistant sneaking out of the door. He asked, "The name of Xindashuan was personally proposed by my eldest uncle. What is Shanda?" The shopkeeper probably doesn't know. "Master He, why don't you tell me?" The appraiser who was hiding behind the counter came out trembling and said in a low voice, in response to third miss, "Master Joe hopes that we will pay attention to virtue when we make antiques. He wants us to be careful with our words, actions, and morals." "Well said. Then what are you guys doing? Pretending to be a fake and forcefully buying it?" The shopkeeper argued. "Third miss doesn't know how to do business. We're doing this for Sean Deshien's business. It's not easy to do business these days." Yili sneered and said, "I really don't know how to do business, but I also know that business is about trust. I also know that people can't do business without trust. Without trust, who will do business with you? What's more, your business? Now, Xindashian's accounts are bleak." Yili wanted to stop him, so she coldly said, "You don't need to explain. From now on, you don't need to do anything. As for the previous accounts, you guys better give me a clear explanation. If it's clear, if it has nothing to do with you guys, you can stay. I'll also give each of you 50 taels of silver. If it's still unclear, then you can go to prison and stay there. I want to see if your master will come to bail you out." The shop assistants hesitated. They had heard that the third miss was going to marry Prince Ding. Now that the store was back in the hands of the third miss, they naturally had to accompany her to the Prince Ding mansion. If they said it, they could go to the Prince Ding mansion. If they didn't say it, they would go to prison. What's more, 50 taels of silver wasn't a small amount. It was almost equivalent to 2 years of their wages. When the shopkeeper saw that everyone was wavering, he quickly came forward and shouted, "Third miss, I'm madam's person. You have no right to drive me away." Yili smiled. "Sorry, this Xindashian is mine. Clearly explain the store's accounts, then go back to where you came from. If you can't explain it clearly, it's useless even if you're madam's younger brother. Don't tell me that your Wang family likes to use other people's things and treat them as your own." You. The shopkeeper's face turned red and white. Yili no longer looked at him and turned to look at the dazed young master. She already knew that the shopkeeper of Xindashian had been replaced by Madame Wang's youngest brother a few years ago. "This young master, I let you suffer this humiliation. It's my fault for not restraining you properly. Please forgive me." No, it's okay." The young man waved his hand somewhat awkwardly. He didn't expect that this demure and elegant girl would be the owner of this store. Thinking about it, although he felt that it was a bit troublesome, the young man couldn't help but say, "Since Miss is the owner of Xindashian, please take care of it. If by any chance, if he hadn't met this girl today, he was afraid that he would have been wronged and sent to prison." Looking at the shopkeeper's actions, this wasn't the first time. Yili didn't get angry. She nodded and said with a smile, Thank you for your reminder. My daughter has just taken over this store. In the future, she will be strictly disciplined. I see that young master is quite reluctant to part with this painting. Young master can take this painting back first. I'll just borrow the silver from young master. It'll be convenient to return it later. The man shook his head again and again, but in his heart, he was also somewhat reluctant to part with this family heirloom painting. He said, I don't deserve it. I only ask Miss to temporarily keep this moon gazing at Clear River for 2 months. Within 2 months, I will find a way to return Mrs. Silver. Seeing his insistence, Yili didn't mind and said with a smile, I'll leave this painting in the store. Young master can come to redeem it at any time. Qing Shuang, add another 100 taels as an apology to this young master. Hee. Xiao Yao, your fiancé is a bit interesting. Outside Shindishian, a spacious and simple carriage had stopped at an unknown time. Although the people sitting in the carriage couldn't see the situation inside, their hearing was clearly much better than ordinary people. They could clearly hear what was happening inside Shindishian. In the carriage, a man in red brocade clothes had flying eyebrows that reached his temples. He was handsome and out of this world. With a smile on his face, he lazily leaned against the carriage and looked at the quiet man opposite him with ridicule. Feng Jiao, are you too idle? The man in plain clothes sat upright in a wheelchair and looked indifferently at the man in front of him who was laughing non-stop. Although he was sitting in a wheelchair, his back was perfectly straight, as if nothing could crush him. His handsome face carried a trace of gentleness, but those clear eyes made the people he looked at feel a chill for no reason. He turned his head to look at the man in brocade clothes. A slightly sinister scar was clearly visible on the left side of his face. It immediately destroyed his original gentleness, making people not dare to look directly at him. With a schwa sound, Feng Jiao unfolded the folding fan in his hand and leisurely fanned himself. Isn't it too idle? Old man won't let me leave the capital. However, I shouldn't be too bored recently. After all, Li Wang and Prince Ding are going to get married in a month. This emperor is too biased. Yili is known as the #1 beauty in the capital. This Yili is indeed the famous third daughter of a noble family in the capital. Xiao Yao, do you really want to marry her? Isn't the emperor clearly making it difficult for you? It was fine if she was the third daughter of a noble family, but Imo Jingli even broke off the engagement. This imperial family wanted to put the face of Ding Palace under their feet. Chapter 7. The plainclothed man was the current prince of Dinghua, Imo Xiaoyao. Imo Xiaoyao faintly smiled. Outside the carriage, the woman in Xian Dexian's light but not weak voice softly passed into his ears. If the monarch wants the subject to die, the subject must die. What's more, it's just a marriage. Didn't you also say that Yi San Xiaojia was a bit interesting? Feng Jiao frowned and looked at him with a worried expression. This is your marriage. Marrying a princess is not the same as taking a concubine. Have you really thought it through? So what if I haven't thought it through? It's just that. I'm afraid I'm wronging her. Feng Jiao was silent. Indeed. So what if he thought it through or not? The emperor's decree could not be disobeyed. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to the Dinghua. What's more, Imo Xiaoyao was already 25 years old. He should have gotten married long ago. But which of the few noble ladies in the capital didn't avoid him like a snake or scorpion? Now, he could only hope that this Yi family's young miss was a good woman. But would the emperor give a good wife to Imo Xiaoyao? Before he could send off the young man who sold the painting, a handsome man and a beautiful woman came in from outside. The shopkeeper seemed to have seen his savior and repeatedly called out, Inger, Prince, save me. The two who came in hand was the famous Prince Li, Imo Jingli, and Yi Ying. Yi Ying glanced at the handsome man standing beside her and walked to Yi Li's side, saying sweetly, Third sister, what are you doing? But what did uncle do wrong to make you angry? Please don't make a fuss about it because he's an elder. With a few words, she labeled Yi Li as being disrespectful to elders. Imo Jingli frowned as he stared at Yi Li. Yi Li looked at Yi Ying with a smile that wasn't a smile, lightly saying, Fourth sister, you've mistaken me for someone else. My maternal grandfather's family only has 3 uncles. Right now, only second uncle is in the capital. What's more, Although this Shen Dexian is my mother's dowry, but even if my uncles are worried, they don't need to personally come to be the shopkeeper. He's just a servant in the family. Why would fourth sister think that he's third sister's elder? Ying was so angry that her face turned red. She was even more furious in her heart. She would be a fool if she didn't understand the meaning behind Yi Li's words. In Yi Li's eyes, she didn't treat the Wang family's relatives at all. Naturally, she didn't recognize the Wang family's elders as elders. Therefore, since her uncle was the shopkeeper of Shan Dexian, in Yi Li's eyes, he was her servant. This woman was usually gentle and indifferent, but she actually dared to make her lose face in front of Prince Li. Biting her cherry lips, Ying forced a smile and said, "Third elder sister must be joking. It's just that there was no one managing Shan Dexian before, so uncle was entrusted by mother to take care of it. How could he be a servant?" Yi Li nodded and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Elder sister has misunderstood. In the future, there's no need to trouble Madam's elder brother. I'll have someone take care of it. In a moment, I'll have to trouble this Wang master to come with me to the Yi residence to hand over things in front of father and grandmother." The shopkeeper and Yi Ying's expressions changed. The shopkeeper was naturally doing this for this lucrative job. Although Madame Wang's eldest daughter was the palace's Zhao Yang, the Wang family's foundation was too weak. Otherwise, Madame Wang's legitimate daughter wouldn't have married into the Yi residence as a concubine. Although things had improved in the past few years, there were only a few officials in the court. This shopkeeper was Madame Wang's cousin. Originally, he had nothing to do at home. How could his days be as comfortable as managing Shen Dexian? Ying also knew how much money her mother received from Shen Dexian every year. Even if she took a fancy to any rare antiques, she would directly take them away. Therefore, she was quite popular among the capital's young ladies. If she lost control of Shen Dexian, it wouldn't be so cheap in the future. Yi Li didn't care what these two people were thinking. She pulled Ying with a smile and said, "Let's not worry about this for now. Why did fourth sister come to Shen Dexian at this time?" Yi Ying's expression stiffened. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "His Highness Princely took a fancy to a statue of Guanyin in the shop and wanted to give it to the Empress Dowager. I accompanied the prince to take a look." Yi Li's smile didn't change. She was still calm and indifferent. She didn't have the slightest bit of hidden bitterness and sadness from seeing the man who broke off his engagement with her. She even smiled more amiably. She turned to Imo Jingli and said with a smile, "So it's His Highness Princely. This little girl greets you. But, fourth sister, why did you let His Highness Princely personally come to the shop? Can't we just send it directly to the Li Palace?" Ying frowned and looked at Yi Li. Could it be that she still didn't give up on pleasing Princely? Imo Jingli stood on the side with his hands behind his back. He looked at Yi Li with a faint disdain in his eyes. Obviously, he also thought that Yi Li was trying to please him. Yi Li continued to say with a smile, "But since the prince is here, Master He, wrap up the statue of Guanyin and give it to the prince." "I don't know. Prince, are you paying in cash or in banknotes?" Everyone was stunned by the explanation. Imo Jingli's expression was a bit ugly. He stared at Yi Li and said, "What did you say?" Yi Li frowned and said with a puzzled expression, "Didn't Prince want to buy a statue of Guanyin? But since he is fourth sister's fiancé, and it's for the Empress Dowager, Master He, just give him a 20% discount. It's also auspicious." Master He had already carefully taken out the statue of Guanyin. Yi Li took a look. It was a white jade statue of Guanyin. Although it was only seen from a distance, one could clearly feel Guanyin's compassion for the world. It was obvious that both the jade and the carving were of the highest quality. She didn't expect Shen Dexian to have such a treasure. If she hadn't come today, she would have lost a lot. "Young miss, it's done. The total is 5,100 taels." Master He also understood third Miss's intention. He was originally an elder of the Gu family who accompanied the dowry to the Yi family. Now that third Miss had taken over Shan Dexian, he naturally supported his young master. Yi Li was also very satisfied with Master He's understanding. She nodded and smiled at Imo Jingli. After deducting the change, it's 5,000 taels. "Prince, what do you think?" "Third sister. You." Ying looked at Imo Jingli uneasily and called out to Yi Li with an aggrieved expression. Yi Li sneered in her heart. She didn't know how much money and things Wang Shi had secretly taken. Now that Ying had a higher status, she actually wanted to take things from the store for free in order to please Mo Jingli. Did she really think she was a fool? Qing Shuang disdained Yi Ying's pretending to be weak. She smiled and said, "Fourth miss, what's wrong? Our miss lost a few hundred taels because His Highness Prince Li is the future son-in-law. If it were other stores, they wouldn't have this price. Or, I know, it must be that Prince doesn't have so much cash on him." Yi Li smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I naturally believe in Prince. Prince, you can take the things away first. I'll have someone send the bill to your residence later. You can also take the money. Prince, what do you think?" Mo Jingli's face was a little ugly. What could he do? If he refused, others would think that he wanted to take things for free. If he didn't buy it, everyone present would know that it was a gift for the Empress Dowager. If he didn't buy it because it was expensive, it would be unfilial. In the capital, Yi Li was said to be ugly, untalented, and unvirtuous. However, no one said that she was so cunning. With a cold snort, Mo Jingli nodded in agreement. As if he didn't want to stay in the store for a moment longer, he pulled Yi Ying and walked out. He didn't even care about shopkeeper Wang's calls. Yi Li smiled with satisfaction. She waved at Master He and said with a smile, "Prince is really straightforward. Master He, send someone to send the bill to the prince's residence later. By the way, see if there are any accounts from before. Let's pay for Prince together. The prince's mansion will definitely not lack this little bit of money from us." Chapter 8. Hearing this, Mo Jingli, who had just walked out of the door, had a livid expression. He stopped walking and pulled Ying away without looking back. Ha ha ha! Inside the carriage, Feng Zhiyao was convulsing with laughter. Of course, the image of an elegant prince did not exist. When he finally finished laughing, he raised his head and said to Mo Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, your new Wang Fei is too interesting." Ha ha! It's a pity that I didn't see Mo Jingli's expression just now. Mo Xiaoyao's gentle eyes had a trace of deep thought. It was clear that this future Wang Fei's performance was somewhat outside of his expectations. Even if he didn't know how she looked like, but with a handsome father like Minister Yi and a mother who was one of the four beauties of the capital, Yi Li's appearance wouldn't be too bad even if it wasn't the best. What was even more unexpected was that her way of doing things was not like the rumored girl with no talent and no virtue. But this Yi third young miss is really generous. She gave away 5,000 taels of Guanyin statue just like that. Isn't she afraid that Mo Jingli won't pay? Mo Jingli was the current emperor's younger brother. If he reneged on the debt, Yi third young miss really couldn't do anything. Mo Xiaoyao smiled faintly and shook his head. Mo Jingli is a person who cares about face the most. He definitely won't let people say that he took other people's things for free and didn't pay back. Feng Zhiyao raised his eyebrows and smiled. Then there's a good show to watch. According to what I know, last month Mo Jingli also took an authentic work of the previous dynasty's Chao Sheng from Shendeshian. The two added together cost over 10,000 taels. This time, the emperor is quite good to you. At least your new Wang Fei is quite rich. Speaking of which, this Mo Jingli really wasn't a good person. On one hand, he abandoned her and broke off the engagement. On the other hand, he took things from her shop for free. Even though he was born in the imperial family, he really didn't have any face. Mo Xiaoyao glanced at him. In terms of wealth, who dares to compare with your Feng family? The Feng family was one of the four wealthiest merchants in the Dechu state. They were also the only one of the four wealthiest merchant families that had lived in the capital. Compared to the other three families, they naturally had more advantages and power. Feng Zhiyao waved his fan helplessly and said, "That's the old man's money. It has nothing to do with me. Who doesn't know that a good-for-nothing prodigal like me is down and out?" As soon as Yi Li returned to the mansion, she was invited by the maidservant of the old lady. It was rare to step into the Rongla hall. It was not the time to pay respects, but the whole family was there. Even Minister Yi, who was busy with business, was not absent. He sat gloomily below the old lady and stared at Yi Li, who had just entered the door. Yi Ying was nestled in Wang Shi's arms and sobbing. Her watery eyes were red from crying, making her look even more fragile and delicate. Lear greets grandmother and father. Greetings to madam and all the concubines. Evil girl, kneel down. Before Yi Li finished speaking, the teacup in Minister Ye's hand was smashed to the ground beside Yi Li's feet. He shouted sternly. Yi Li was silent for a moment. She calmly took a step to the side and said, I don't know what daughter did wrong. Father, please tell me. Seeing that she had no intention of admitting her mistake, Minister Yi was about to get angry again. The old lady on the side coughed and interrupted his anger. Li today at Shindishian, you lost your manners in front of Li Wang. If this spreads out, people will think that our Yi family has taught their daughter. When your fourth sister returns home after her wedding, you go and pay respects to His Highness Li Wang. You should stay in your courtyard for the next few days. Yi Li glanced at Wang Shi, who was holding Yi Ying and had a smile on her face. She raised her head and looked at the old lady blankly. Grandmother, please forgive me. Since grandmother said that Li was wrong, then Li must have done something wrong. It's just that Li is slow-witted and doesn't know where she did wrong. Grandmother, please give me a pointer or two. The old lady was stunned. She looked at the confused Yi Li and was speechless. Wang Shi helped Yi Ying to sit properly. She got up and walked to Yi Li. She smiled kindly and said, Li, the prince is the current prince's younger brother. You made the prince unhappy today. If the prince blames us, no one in our family can afford it. Apologize to the old lady and master properly. We won't blame you. Yi Li blinked her eyes. She pursed her lips and thought for a moment. The puzzled look on her face was even stronger. Made the prince angry? But Li didn't have much to do with the prince. The prince wanted to buy the jade guanyin, but he didn't have enough money. Li also let people take the things for the prince. She didn't deliberately make things difficult. Why would the prince be angry? Could it be that the jade guanyin has some flaw? Everyone was speechless. Concubine Zhao on the side snorted. She covered her mouth and laughed softly. Third miss, the madam's meaning is, how can you accept the prince's money? Prince Li went to buy things but didn't bring money. Who would believe it? He clearly didn't intend to give money, but Yi Li's words caught him. He even had to make up for the things he usually took. How could he not be angry? Concubine Zhao, what are you talking about? Why would the prince care about such a small amount of money? Moreover, Shindishuan is open for business. Not to mention the prince, even the emperor has no reason to not give money, right? Yi Li said in surprise. Concubine Zhao didn't get angry. She chuckled and said, Third miss is right. Even if it's the palace, you have to pay. If you don't pay, who would do business? Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Minister Yi angrily glanced at his favored concubine, who had just entered the door. Concubine Zhao blinked her eyes and tactfully didn't say anything more. Yi Li suddenly had a look of realization. She turned to Wang Shi and said, Could it be that the prince is really angry because of this? Could it be? All the businesses in the capital never accept money from the prince? If that's the case, then Li was wrong. Grandmother and father can rest assured. Later, Li will order people to send the money back. In addition, I will add 3,000 taels as an apology to the prince. Wang Shi quickly stopped her. Her heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. If Yi Li really did this, she was afraid that the prince's reputation of never paying when he bought things in the capital would spread. Yi Li didn't care about Wang Shi's face. She said to the matriarch with some worry and grievance, If that's the case, then this Shindishuan and these shops should close early. Minister Yi said with a cold face, Shindishuan is your dowry. Why close it? When you marry into the prince's household, it won't look good. Yi Li frowned and said, But this Shindishuan's monthly profit is less than 1,000 taels. Every time the prince comes, he takes more than 3,000 taels. If the prince comes once a month. Hearing this, the matriarch and Minister Yi were startled. They couldn't help but look at Wang Shi. Shindishuan was one of the top antique shops in the capital. How could its monthly profit be less than 1,000 taels? And this Prince Li was really too much. As a dignified prince, it was fine if he occasionally went to the shop to take something, but what was the point of going to take it often? Even the emperor didn't take the things of his subjects for free. Wang Shi was startled. She gritted her teeth and didn't dare to speak. Her face began to turn pale. The matriarch stared at Wang Shi and said in a deep voice, What's going on? It should be known that all of Madame Ye's dowry shop's income went to the household. If someone interfered, then it was equivalent to embezzling the Yi household's money. When Madame Yi was seriously ill, the matriarch was in charge of the household for a period of time. Naturally, she knew that Shundishuan was one of the two most profitable shops in Madame Ye's dowry. Its monthly profit was at least 3,000 taels. Wang Shi gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, answering the matriarch, "These 2 years, perhaps the business wasn't very good." How could she dare to say that the money went into her own private treasury? Chapter 9. Yili bowed to the matriarch and faintly said, "Madam is busy with the affairs of the house all day long. How could she know what's going on outside?" Matriarch may not know, but our family has been bitterly criticized by the people below. These days, Lear carefully checked the accounts of each shop. Take Xin Dixin, for example. In fact, the annual profit was at least 30,000 taels. But since 3 years ago, the annual turnover was less than 10,000 taels. More than half of it was swallowed by the stewards below. Originally, Yang Qin told her that these 12 shops could make at least 25 taels of profit before Li got married. In addition to the flowers in the house, she was also the mother of the sisters and brothers in the house. Naturally, she had to add to the dowry for her sisters. Unexpectedly, Mother's painstaking efforts were in vain. In these years, the money that was given to the house was less than 100,000 taels. This is the account book. Grandmother, please take a look. This time, not only Minister Yi and the matriarch, but also the faces of the other young misses and concubines changed. More than 100,000 taels disappeared out of thin air. Moreover, there was also the dowry for her daughter. The hall immediately quarreled. "Master, matriarch, Madam is benevolent and still thinks of us sisters and concubines' children. Master, you must punish those damn things." "That's right. They are really black-hearted. They even dare to covet our house's money. Look at the good things you've done." The matriarch's face was gloomy as she threw the account book at Wang Shi's feet. Wang Shi didn't expect that with just a few words from Yili, she would be involved in the matter. The more she flipped through the account book, the more Wang Shi's hands trembled. She hated herself for underestimating this girl in the past. She clearly never taught her how to manage the house, but this account book couldn't hide any trace from her. Even the hidden accounts of the shop were dug up. Clearly, the means of controlling people were not ordinary. "Matriarch, master, this concubine," the matriarch coldly snorted and said, "No wonder you said the house couldn't take out the money for the dowry. It seems that the money was taken back to your maternal family?" "Matriarch, this daughter-in-law is wronged. It's all the people below who are greedy. This daughter-in-law doesn't know these." "Don't know? Don't you know that your cousin is the shopkeeper of Shindishin? Didn't you know that you changed the shopkeepers of several shops in a hurry?" Old Lady Bai stared at Wang Shi. Old Lady Bai had worked hard for this family all her life. What she hated the most was that Wang Shi used the Yi family's money to subsidize her own family. This was something that no mother-in-law could tolerate, not to mention that Wang Shi was not officially married. She was promoted from a concubine. "Lear, where are those traitors?" Yili lowered her eyes and replied respectfully, "Lear took it upon herself to detain those people. Those who have signed the contract will be punished with 10 strokes of the cane, and those who are hired from outside will be sent to the authorities." The old lady frowned and said, "You're too soft-hearted. What could 10 paddles do? Have someone bring Shindishuan and the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion here." Shindishuan and Jinjun Pavilion, one selling antiques and one selling accessories, were the most profitable of the 12 stores, accounting for almost half of the total income. Not long after, a few people who were tied up were dragged in. When shopkeeper Wang saw Wang Shi, he wailed, "Mimi, brother-in-law, help." Minister Ye's face was pale as he stared at Wang Shi, but he didn't speak. Wang Shi was angry and said repeatedly, "Impudent, let go of your uncle." Yili smiled apologetically and said, "So it really is Wang family's uncle." Lear thought it was fourth sister's joke. Although Wang family is not a big family, there are still many people who are officials in the court. How could he be the shopkeeper of Shindishin? But Shindishin's master and shop assistant accused shopkeeper Wang of embezzling more than 80,000 taels of silver. "I don't know. This must be slander by those villains. How could my cousin embezzle silver? Wang Shi flatly said. Yili looked at old lady Bai and didn't refute. She said, since Foreign is willing to vouch for shopkeeper Wang, how can Li Er not believe it? In a while, let's invite shopkeeper Wang and Shen Dixin's master and shop assistant to the magistrate of the capital city to confront them. Wang Shi's face changed and immediately said, it's just a small matter. How can we trouble the magistrate of the capital city? The newly appointed magistrate of the capital city, Qin Mu, was known as Iron Face Magistrate. How could things be good in his hands? Yili comforted Wang Shi with a smile. Foreign, don't worry. If I really wronged Uncle, Li Er will personally kowtow to him to apologize. Come, drag this traitor out and give him another 50 strokes of the plank. Turning her head, Yili pointed at the shopkeeper of the treasure pavilion who was lying on the side and said coldly. The shopkeeper who had just received 10 strokes of the plank immediately had an ashen face. Third miss, please spare me. Third miss. Foreign, save me. Wang Shi's face was black and she didn't speak. Old mistress narrowed her old eyes and ordered indifferently, do as third miss says. Her gaze towards Yili had a deeper meaning. Yili naturally knew that old mistress was sizing her up, but she didn't care. She coldly stared at the shopkeeper and said, you are different from shopkeeper Wang. You are a servant who sold your body to Su family as my mother's dowry. When my mother was still alive, she treated you well. In just a few short years, you dare to betray your master. Even if you are beaten to death, no one will dare to say anything. Give him a good beating. The shopkeeper collapsed to the ground and his body couldn't help but tremble. Everyone present couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. They originally thought that this unknown third miss was someone who was easy to bully, but it turned out that they had misjudged her. No. Third miss, please spare me. Foreign, save me. Foreign, most of the money I embezzled was given to you. You can't leave me to die. Scoundrel, what nonsense are you talking about? Why aren't you dragging him out? Wang Shi shouted in exasperation. The shopkeeper was dragged out. After a while, there was a burst of wailing outside. There was silence in the hall. Yili's elegant voice faintly sounded, Qing Shuang, ask someone to invite shopkeeper Wang and everyone from Shandishuan to the capital's magistrate's office. Ask someone to tell Lord Qin that I have heard that Lord Qin is impartial. I hope Lord Qin can give justice to our Yi family. Yes. Qing Shuang responded crisply. Wait. Ying stepped forward and said, Grandmother, Father, this can't be done. If we go to the magistrate's office, Lady Jiaoyi and Prince Li's mansion will definitely lose face. Inger won't have the face to get married again. I beg Father and Grandmother to reconsider. Mother. Minister Yi looked at the old mistress. He naturally didn't agree to go to the magistrate's office. The most important thing now was the marriage of Lady Jiaoyi and Yi Ying in the palace. The old mistress looked at Yi Li and frowned. She looked at shopkeeper Wang with disgust and said, since we are all relatives, it's not good for the two families to fall out. But the shop is Li Er's. We can't just let it go. Make up for the missing money as soon as possible. After all, we can't offend Prince Li. We also have to explain to Prince Ding's mansion. Make up for it? Wang Shi cried out involuntarily. Hundreds of thousands of silver was not a small amount. How could she make up for it? Chapter 10. Shut up. As the second wife, you embezzle the first wife's dowry. Isn't it nice to say that? You don't want face, but fourth girl still wants face. Jiaoyi Nyang in the palace also wants face. Later, bring the Fu's account book to me. I want to see how you manage the family. Wang Foreign's face was pale. The old tie-dye wanted to take away her power to manage the family. Old tie-dye. Yili came forward and interrupted Wang Shi. She said softly, Old tie-dye. The Wang family is the maternal family of second and fourth sister. Originally, giving them the money was nothing. It was just that his mother had instructed him to leave some for his grandmother and some for his younger sisters as dowries. Li Er didn't think it was much. Now, there are only fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister waiting to be betrothed. Each of them should be 10,000 taels. Also, give grandmother 30,000 taels of silver. It's only 60,000 taels. After that, she looked sideways at Zhao Yinyang and smiled. Don't worry, Yin Yang. If there are younger brothers and sisters in the future, Li will make up for their share. Zhao Yinyang was stunned. Originally, she felt some regret and unwillingness. Hearing Yi Li's words, she was happy. She covered her mouth and smiled. Then I'll take advantage of third Miss's auspicious words. Third Miss is indeed the legitimate daughter of our Yi family. You really have the demeanor of a great family. Whether Yi Li would fulfill her promise in the future was another matter. Yi Li's words alone made her happy. 60,000 taels didn't sound much compared to 100,000 taels. But Yi Li knew that much of the money was used by the Wang family to open up their career. Otherwise, it was squandered. Now that Wang Shi had to take out 60,000 taels, it was enough for her to vomit blood. Anyway, as long as Zhao Yi was still there, as long as Yi Ying was still Li Wangfei, the old tie-dye couldn't really do anything to Wang Shi. Then let her vomit blood. Hearing this, Minister Yi felt that Yi Li was very generous. He nodded approvingly. Li is right. Do as you say. Although she couldn't do anything to Wang Shi for the sake of her family, she still didn't like Wang Shi taking the family's money for her family. She couldn't help but think of her first wife who bribed the Yi family. She looked at Yi Li even more gently. The matriarch also agreed. Not only would it save the face of the two families, but it would also save tens of thousands of taels of silver for the dowry. As for the Wang family did not have the ability to compete with the Yi family. Besides, the Wang family was in the wrong to begin with. Even if Yi Zhaoyi was the daughter of the Wang family, she was still the daughter of the Yi family. She would not blame her family. Looking lovingly at Yi Li, she nodded her head and praised. Yi Li acts with propriety and is indeed the mistress of the household. In the future, when you enter the Ding kingdom, maternal grandmother need not worry. The Su family has a better upbringing. Mrs. Wang's face darkened. If the Su family had a better upbringing, did that mean the Wang family had a worse upbringing? Ying glanced at Yi Li and lowered her head in grievance. Mrs. Wang still wanted to say something, but the matriarch glared at her and said coldly, "Or do you really want to go to the capital's magistrate's office?" This concubine obeys. I will make up for the money as soon as possible. Mrs. Wang gritted her teeth and said unwillingly, Inger will be married in a few days. You should stay in the courtyard and teach her how to be a wife. Yes, she was grounded. She didn't even have the chance to go to the palace to complain to Zhao Yinyang. Qingyi Xinyi Li sat leisurely in the room and looked at the banknotes that had just been sent from the Li palace. A sneer flashed across her beautiful face. It turned out that Li Wang and Yi Ying had hooked up a year ago. In the past year, Li Wang had taken away more than 17,000 taels of antiques from Shen de Xian, but he had never given her a single tael of silver. Miss, this Li Wang is really shameless. Qing Shuang stood behind Yi Li and said angrily. Li Wang was a famous handsome man in the capital. Qing Shuang had some expectations for this future son-in-law. She didn't expect that this blind guy would break off the engagement and ruin her reputation. That was fine, but he even dared to take her Mrs. things for free. He was really shameless. Yi Li turned around and handed the banknotes to Qing Shuang. She laughed and said, Is this something you can say? Be careful not to be heard by others. I can't save you. Qing Shuang stuck out her tongue in shame. She shrunk her shoulders and said, I know Miss won't leave me alone. What's more, who will hear us in our courtyard? Qing Yixian was the smallest and most remote courtyard in the entire Yi mansion. There were only a few servants in the courtyard. Other than a few rough maidservants, she was the only one by the young Miss's side. Compared to Yi Ying's servants, Miss was even worse off than a concubine's daughter. Miss, why did you let Madame Wang go so easily today? Thinking of Wang Shi's pale face and tottering appearance, Qing Shuang felt both refreshed and unreconciled. Yi Li smiled and said, Madame Wang is the mother of Zhao Yi in the palace. Fourth sister is the future Princess Li. Do you think grandmother and father will treat her well because of me? After thinking carefully, Qing Shuang lowered her head and muttered, Old Madam and Master are too partial. Of course, even if Madame Wang spit out tens of thousands of taels of silver, Miss didn't see a single cent. Yi Li patted her and smiled. Don't worry. With Madame Wang's tens of thousands of taels of silver, at least I can take away the rest of Mother's dowry. Compared to Mother's dowry, tens of thousands of taels of silver are nothing. Qing Shuang nodded. She didn't like Yi Mansion anymore. Yi family had a weak foundation. If it weren't for Madame Wang's dowry, they wouldn't have the glory today. But look at Mrs. Life these years. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were cruel and unscrupulous. Worried that her words would make Miss sad, Qing Shuang quickly changed the topic. By the way, Miss, Madam Yi mentioned this morning that there are too few people around Mississippi. Should we add a few more so that it won't look bad when you go to King Ding's mansion in the future? Yili frowned. Yili knew that there were too few people around her, but Yili used to like peace and quiet. She didn't want people around her to follow her around, so she didn't care much. But if she wanted to get married, it would be a problem. She didn't care about Madame Wang because she was sure that Madame Wang couldn't do anything to her, and she couldn't live in Yi Mansion for a lifetime. But if she married into King Ding's mansion in the future, she couldn't be so casual. She rubbed her eyebrows and thought, later, you go and tell the chief steward that I want to pick a few maids in the courtyard. Qing Shuang nodded. Then the nannies who serve by your side. Don't worry about this. A few days ago, Aunt said that she would send Mother Lin and Mother Wei, who were originally by Mother's side, over in 2 days. When Mother passed away, Yili just got her memory back and fell seriously ill. During this period, Madame Wang took the opportunity to stir up trouble. She beat Mother's wet nurse, Mother Su, and drove her out of the mansion. When Yili got a little better, she knew that at this time, there were only Mother Lin and Yili's wet nurse, Mother Wei left by Mother's side. Yili naturally knew Madame Wang's thoughts. She also knew that she couldn't protect these people at that time. So, she used the excuse that she was worried about grandmother's sadness and sent Mother Lin and Mother Wei back to Gu Mansion. These years, there were many Madame Wang's people in the mansion. Yili was too lazy to care about them. The fewer people around her, the better. Chapter 11. Qing Shuang's eyes lit up, and she smiled. Aunt is so thoughtful. She came later. Although she had never seen Mother Lin and Mother Wei, she had occasionally heard Miss mention them. They were all Foreign's trusted aides, so they were naturally on Miss's side. After solving the problem of the servant girl and mother, Qing Shuang happily started to plan for Yili. There are still 2 months before the wedding. The dowry sent by Foreign and Old Foreign is not even half of 4th Miss's. Later, I'll have the shop send some good ones over, and buy some from other places. There's also Mrs. wedding dress and dowry. Yili sat at the side, smiling as she watched Qing Shuang's startled calculations. Her mind had already flown to a faraway place. In her previous life, she had never dreamed that she would one day be sitting in her boudoir like a well-bred young lady waiting to get married. Although she had long known that Prince Ding had such a flaw, Yili did not care too much about it. Marriage in this era was not something a woman could decide on her own, and Yili had never held any expectations for love. As long as they could live peacefully and respectfully for the rest of their lives, it was not necessarily a kind of happiness. However, Ding King's estate. Thinking of Ding King's estate's aloof status in Dechu State, she could not help but frown. 3rd Miss, concubine Mother Zhao requests an audience. The servant girl outside the door reported respectfully. Yili was a little surprised by concubine Mother Zhao's sudden visit. She nodded and said, "Let her in." A moment later, concubine Mother Zhao walked in, swaying her willowy waist. She bowed slightly to Yili. "This servant greets 3rd Mississippi." Yili put the bracelet she was playing with back into the box and said with a gentle smile, "Concubine Mother Zhao, please dispense with the formalities. Why have you come to my place at this time?" She casually sized up the enchanting woman in front of her. This concubine Mother Zhao had entered the Fu for less than a year, but she was deeply doted on by Minister Yi. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to speak like that in front of old Madam today. Yili saw that she was wearing a peach-red dress with a plain-colored ribbon tied around her waist. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun, and the tasseled red hairpin swayed gently on her face. Her every movement was charming. It was no wonder that Minister Yi favored her so much even though she had only been here for a short time. Not to mention Wang Shi, who had given birth to 2 daughters and a son and was gradually aging. Even Yi Ying, who was known as the #1 beauty, lacked some charm compared to her. It was a pity that she had come too late. Wang Shi's position in the household was already deeply rooted. What was even more unfortunate was that her background was too low. Concubine Zhao was an extremely intelligent woman, so she never dared to underestimate this third miss who was unknown in the Fu. However, the Gu family behind the third miss was a force that everyone had to be wary of. It was the third miss who not only retrieved all the dowry left behind by the madam in a few days, but also made Wang Shi vomit blood today. Thinking of how Wang Shi hated her so much that she wanted to vomit blood but didn't dare to do anything, concubine Mother Zhao felt a burst of joy. Third miss, please show me a way out. Concubine Mother Zhao knelt on the ground and begged in a low voice. Yili raised her eyebrows and lowered her head to fiddle with the jewelry in the box. She asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? Who in the Fu doesn't know that father dotes on you the most now? Except for the madam and the madam. All the good things in the Fu are given to concubine Zhao. Is there something that concubine Zhao is not satisfied with?" Concubine Mother Zhao's smile was a little bitter. "I don't dare. Although I was born in a humble family, I have studied for a few years. How can I not know that I am really in a good position now? I'm afraid, when the madam is free, it will be the time of my death." Qing Shuang frowned and said, "What are you talking about? How can you say this in front of our miss? Besides, our miss is going to get married soon. What can she do to help you? If you have the time, you might as well beg the madam and the master." Qing Shuang was very dissatisfied with concubine Zhao's intention to use her miss to deal with Wang. How dare concubine Zhao use her miss? Qing Shuang is right. You know that I am going to get married in 2 months. Even if I can help you for a while, I'm afraid it won't be of much use. Besides, why should I offend Zhaoyi in the palace for you? As long as Zhaoyi Yi and fourth sister are here, neither you nor I can defeat the madam. Yili stared at her and said lightly. Concubine Zhao bit her red lips and turned a little pale. How could she not know this? But what could she do even if she knew? She originally wanted to have a child to rely on, but Wang didn't even allow her to have a child. A few days ago, she faintly felt that something was wrong with her. If it weren't for this sudden marriage, Wang would have done something to her. Third miss, I don't ask for anything else. I only ask that you help me keep my child. This servant will definitely be grateful for third miss's great kindness. You, concubine Zhao nodded with tears in her eyes and said, I have only been in the house for a few months, but I have already lost a child. This child must be kept no matter what. Third miss, please help me. Yili sighed softly and nodded to Qing Shuang. Qing Shuang went forward and helped concubine Zhao to sit on a chair. Qing Shuang's right hand touched concubine Zhao's wrist for a while, and then let go. She nodded to Yili without a trace. Yili took the handkerchief from Qing Shuang and handed it to concubine Zhao. She said softly, It's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't. I will leave the house in 2 months. Looking at your appearance, it will be at least a few months before you give birth, right? Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across concubine Zhao's face. She clutched the handkerchief in her hand tightly and said with tears in her eyes, Is this child destined not to come to this world? I only hope that he can be born well and live well. It doesn't matter even if he is not in the Yi mansion and is not the young master of the Yi family. Yili looked at concubine Zhao's pained expression quietly. She could see that concubine Zhao was speaking from the bottom of her heart. She was really doing this for the child's life, not for her future glory and wealth. Yili was not a cold-blooded person, but at the same time, she was not one to be impulsive and hot-blooded. Third miss, as long as I can give birth to this child, I am willing to adopt him under the name of the late madam and continue her family line. I can swear that I will never acknowledge him in my life. Yili's expression did not change. She looked at her indifferently and said, My mother has passed away for many years. I don't care about the family line. What's more, the gender of the child is not confirmed yet. Based on his age, even if you never acknowledge him, won't you guess when he grows up? If he is adopted under my mother's name, he will be the legitimate son. His status will be higher than Rongguer, who was born by Madame Wang. I'm afraid that even if he is born, he won't be able to survive. Ever since Madame Wang's death, there had been no more children born in the house. With Madame Wang's personality, how could she allow someone to surpass her son? Concubine Zhao also knew that her words were impulsive. She lowered her head in vexation and said with red eyes, I said something wrong. Third miss, please save me. No matter what, This child is third Mrs. Blood relative. Chapter 12. Yili thought for a moment and asked, Father's love and this child. Which one do you want? Concubine Zhao was startled, not understanding why Yili would ask such a question, but she quickly reacted. After thinking for a moment, a trace of determination flashed across her face. She gritted her teeth and said, I want this child. As long as this child lives well, it doesn't matter if I never see him again. I heard that some people's fate is not good. It will affect their family's marriage and children. The room was silent for a moment before Yi Li's voice slowly sounded. Third Miss wants me to. Concubine Zhao looked in surprise at the calm young girl in front of her. Don't do it yourself. If you leave any traces, it will only backfire. Concubine Zhao finally understood why Yi Li asked her whether she wanted a child or the old master's love. Now that the fourth Miss of the Fu was about to marry Prince Li as his first wife, the only son of the Yi family born by Madame Wang had always been in poor health. If she carried the reputation of having a bad fate, she could forget about receiving the old master's love in this lifetime. Instead, it was very likely that she would be chased out of the family or sent to a courtyard or temple outside the city to recuperate. Now that there was a joyous occasion in the Fu, she definitely would not be chased out of the family easily. Then she would be sent out of the Fu. If she was even more ruthless and sent further away, she might not be able to return to the capital in this lifetime. This is all I can help you with. You are right. No matter what, you are still my sister-in-law. Our family has a courtyard in Yunzhou. If you go there, I will ensure the safety of both you and your child. Go back and think about it. Let me know when you have made up your mind. After speaking, Yi Li did not care about Concubine Zhao's reaction. She stood up and walked into the room. Although Concubine Zhao was of low birth, she was once a girl from a scholarly family. Naturally, she knew what kind of place Yunzhou was. She also knew that Yunzhou was where the best school in Dechu State, Lishan Academy, was located. And Lishan Academy belonged to the Gu family. Yi Li was not being perfunctory when she said that if she went to Yunzhou, there would be someone who could ensure her safety. Anyway, with her status, even if Madame Wang fell, she couldn't be the legal wife. Yunzhou was a place where people gathered. If she could give birth to a boy, it would be better than waiting in the manor to be killed by Madame Wang. Thinking of this, Concubine Zhao got up and knelt down again. This servant thanks Third Miss for her great kindness. Yi Li's feet paused for a moment, and she said indifferently, This is your own choice. Her elegant figure disappeared behind the screen. Yi Li sat down and casually found a book to read. It wasn't that there wasn't a better way to solve Concubine Zhao's problem, but she would get into a lot of trouble. Which woman in this world wasn't a pitiful person? Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't, and he didn't have that much ability. After a while, Qing Shuang came in with a cup of tea. Miss, why are you reading again? It's not like we're the top scorer. You're going back? Yi Li put down her book and asked. Qing Shuang nodded and said, He made a scene at the gate of the courtyard before leaving. Concubine Zhao is a smart person. Maybe she will go back and complain to father about me. Yi Li took the cup from Qing Shuang and smiled. Qing Shuang was a little worried. Master won't punish you, will he? Even if father is biased, he won't punish his daughter who is about to get married because of a few words from a concubine. That's good. I forgot that our miss is the future princess consort of Ding. Even the princess consort of Li had to greet miss when she saw her. Miss, you agreed to help her so quickly. What if she bites us in the future? Qing Shuang was a little worried. She is too favored. Madam can't tolerate her. She is a smart person. Naturally, she knows the price of using me. It's good that Miss knows. Concubine Zhao went back angrily. As expected, there was another scene. In less than half a day, the whole Yi mansion knew that Concubine Zhao went to Qing Yixin of Third Miss to curry favor with Third Mississippi. As a result, Qing Shuang, Third Miss's maid, sneered at her and drove her out of the courtyard. Even though Concubine Zhao was favored now, the minister just reminded Third Miss casually when greeting her. It seemed that Concubine Zhao was not as favored as the rumors said. With such a thing happening, the concubines in the inner courtyard naturally couldn't help but take pleasure in other people's misfortune. Concubine Zhao also didn't want to be outdone and retorted with a sharp tongue. Wang was grounded and could only teach Yi-Ying in her courtyard. Without the control of these concubines, the backyard was very lively. This time, Wang suffered a big loss in the hands of Yili. Not only did she have to pay tens of thousands of taels of silver, but she was also grounded by old madam. When Wang returned to her courtyard, Yili was not interested in how many porcelains were smashed. She just thought that old Madame Ye's so-called grounding this time was not true, because in a few days, Prince Li's mansion would send the betrothal gifts. As the mistress of the Yi family and Yi-Ying's biological mother, Wang naturally had to go out to meet people. When Prince Li's mansion came to send the betrothal gifts, Yili was sitting in her courtyard leisurely and choosing servants. The servants in the mansion were very clever. Even when they were busy receiving people from Prince Li's mansion in the front hall, they did not forget the order of 3rd Mississippi. Early in the morning, they asked the housekeeper to bring the servants over so that Yili could choose. Yili sat on a chair placed under the eaves and calmly looked at the dozen or so maidservants standing in the courtyard. Seeing that Yili did not speak for a long time, the housekeeper looked at her uneasily, thinking that 3rd Miss was not satisfied with these servants. Just as she was about to ask for another batch of people to come in, she heard Yili say, "Qing Shuang, take a look. Keep the suitable ones." Qing Shuang was very proud of her Mrs. Trust. She quickly replied loudly, "I will do as you say." Walking to the middle of the servants, Qing Shuang looked at the different expressions of the servants and felt a little unaccustomed. In the past, her miss was not liked, and she was also excluded among the servants. But now, these people were standing here and letting her choose. Qing Shuang carefully chose a few good-looking and well-behaved servants and brought them to Yili. Yili glanced at her and smiled in her heart. Qing Shuang, this girl was a little too worrisome. She even had to spend so much effort to choose a maid. The housekeeper smiled and said to Yili, "3rd Miss, are you going to choose these servants? Do you want to choose 2 more in case there are not enough servants?" Yili looked at her with a smile in her clear eyes. "In that case, choose 2 more." The housekeeper met Yili's clear eyes. For some reason, she could not help but feel cold in her heart and quickly looked away. This time, Yili did not even look at them. She pointed at them and said, "Those 2. Qing Shuang followed her finger and looked at the 2 servants standing in the front row. One looked ordinary, and the other was gorgeous and charming. At first glance, she knew that they were not well behaved. Moreover, that girl was actually looking at her young miss with an arrogant expression. She really didn't know what was good for her. Waving her hand to let the housekeeper take the rest of the servants away, Yili looked carefully at the 6 servants standing in front of her and asked softly, "What are your names?" "My name is Yun and my name is Xiao Chui. My name is Jing and my name is Tian My name is Shuayin, and my name is Hanqing." Chapter 13. Yili nodded. There was nothing indecent about the names. Yili wasn't in the mood to change their names. Her gaze fell on the last 2 girls she had chosen. "Shuayin, where did you serve before? I don't think I've seen you before." The girl named Shuayin looked calm and composed. She bowed to Yili and said, "3rd Miss, this servant was originally a 2nd-ranked girl in the old lady's courtyard. Naturally, 3rd Miss has never seen me before." Yili smiled and said, "You don't look like you're indecent. Since that's the case, you can serve me like Qing Shuang." Serving by the master's side was the head maidservant. Shuayin was slightly surprised by Yili's promotion, but she wasn't surprised to the point of being rude. "Thank you, 3rd Mississippi. This servant will serve Miss with all my heart. Please give this servant a name." Mississippi usually, the head maidservant serving by the master's side would be given a name by the master. Even if it was a favor, it meant that the maidservant had nothing to do with the previous people and was only loyal to the current master. Yili raised her eyebrows and pondered for a moment before saying, "Let's call you Qing Xia." "Qing Xia, thanks, Miss, for your grace." After bowing, Qing Xia stood respectfully to the side. "Han Qing, do you know embroidery?" Yili asked. A trace of arrogance flashed through Han Qing's eyes. She said crisply, "Of course I do. This servant's embroidery is one of the best in this manner." Yili seemed satisfied with her answer and nodded. "Very good. Since that's the case, you can serve on the needlework." Reporting to Miss, This servant is not an embroiderer. Han Qing's expression changed. She glared at Yi Li and gritted her teeth. Impudent! How dare you refute Mrs. Words? Qing Shuang angrily rebuked. Yi Li didn't get angry. She nodded and smiled. I know you're not an embroiderer. If there's something important, I won't let you do it. It wasn't easy to be an embroiderer. Which outstanding embroiderer didn't have at least 10 years of experience? No matter how he looked at it, this person called Han Qing didn't seem like someone who could be content with her lot in needlework. Han Qing's pretty face was red with anger as she glared at Yi Li. How could Yi Li put her in her eyes? She stood up and said to her with a smile, I might be a little busy these days. If you can't handle it, you can go find the manager. When she went to the Ding King's residence, there would naturally be more people sewing. Also, change your name. Let's call her Jingwen. Thank you, 3rd Mississippi. This servant is very satisfied with her name. Han Qing said with a red face. Frost sneered and said, Impudent. So what if you're satisfied? Our miss is not satisfied. This girl had such a seductive face and such a frivolous name. Did she think that Qing Yixian was a brothel? Qing Shuang still couldn't understand why Miss would choose such a person. Change your name, or leave my Qing Yixian. Or, should you go back and ask your former master? Han Qing's face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, Thank you, miss, for giving me a name. Yi Li's eyes swept over her and no longer looked at her. Since you've entered my Qing Yixian, as long as you know your place, I'm not a person who likes to make things difficult for others. If you have any other thoughts, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, the people who were beaten outside Rongla Hall a few days ago are your examples. Frost and Frost will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. The rest will be given 5 taels of silver each. Yes, Mississippi, thank you, miss. Everyone hurriedly thanked her. For these little girls who had less than 1 tael of silver each month, 5 taels of silver was a number that couldn't be laughed at. Although there was some disdain in Han Qing's eyes, she also knew that now was not the time to provoke Yi Li. She also thanked her. Leaving Frost to deal with the aftermath, Yi Li turned around and was about to return to her room when the housekeeper's voice came from outside the courtyard. 3rd Miss, Concubine Xian Zhao wants to see you. Concubine Xian Zhao was the current mistress of Prince Li's mansion, but she was not the biological mother of Prince Li, Imo Jingli. Imo Jingli and the current emperor were both born of the Empress Dowager. Concubine Xian Zhao was the Empress Dowager's cousin. These two entered the palace at about the same time, but they didn't fight openly and secretly like other concubines. On the contrary, they protected each other for a lifetime. Concubine Xian Zhao originally had a daughter, Princess Lin Un, who was married to the Defender General of the state a few years ago. Concubine Xian Zhao was taken out of the palace by Prince Li. In fact, the Empress Dowager was worried about her youngest son living alone outside the palace, so she asked Concubine Xian Zhao to take care of him. Yi Li changed her clothes and followed the housekeeper's wife to old Madame Ye's Rongla Hall. When she arrived, it was a harmonious scene. Old Madame Yi sat with Concubine Xian Zhao, and Wang Shi naturally brought Yi Ying to accompany them. In addition, there were a few noble women who looked like the wives of the Empress Dowager. What surprised Yi Li the most was that Imo Jingli was also sitting next to Concubine Xian Zhao. Yi Li was stunned for a moment before she remembered that this world was not as strict as the ancient world she heard in her previous life. There was no rule that men and women could not see each other before marriage. Of course, if a young lady from a noble family wanted to meet her fiancé, she still had to be accompanied by her maidservants. If not, how could Ying have the opportunity to hook up with Imo Jingli? This subject's daughter pays respect to Concubine Xian Zhao, and His Highness Prince Li greetings to grandmother. This junior greets the madam. The noble woman sitting on the first seat had a noble temperament and was quite dignified. A pair of phoenix eyes were slightly raised. Although she was old, there was not a single frown on her well-maintained face. This concubine Xian Zhao was not the most beautiful, but she had a noble temperament that made people unable to help but linger. Old madam, this is the third young lady? Concubine Xian Zhao looked at Yi Li and asked old Madame Yi. Old Madame Yi smiled apologetically and said, replying to Concubine Xian Zhao, this is my third young lady. Concubine Xian Zhao nodded and said with a smile, she is a good child. but it's a pity. Our Li is not blessed. Concubine Xian Zhao pulled Yi Li to the front and praised her. She took off an ice-type jade bracelet from her wrist and put it on Yi Li's wrist. Yi Ying, who was standing next to Wang Shi, suddenly felt her eyes darken. Yi Li did not dare to accept Concubine Xian Zhao's bracelet and quickly declined. Thank you for your praise, Concubine Xian Zhao. It's only appropriate for Concubine Xian Zhao to wear such a precious thing. Yi Li does not dare to accept Concubine Xian Zhao's gift. Concubine Xian Zhao stopped Yi Li's hand that wanted to take off the bracelet and pretended to be angry. You little girl, do you dislike my bracelet? This bracelet was given to me by the late emperor. I'm old, and it looks good on you young people. I'm happy. She said that it was a gift from the late emperor. If she refused again, wouldn't she dislike the late emperor's things? Yi Li gave up and bowed with a smile. Thank you for your gift, Concubine Xian Zhao. I will definitely keep Concubine Xian Zhao's gift carefully. Concubine Xian Zhao seemed to be very satisfied with Yi Li's performance. She nodded with a smile and let go of Yi Li. Yi Li then walked behind Wang Shi obediently and stood side by side with Yi Ying. Several madams who came with Concubine Xian Zhao were surprised to see Yi Li. Third young Miss Ye's reputation in the capital could be said to be as famous as the #1 beauty, Yi Ying. However, one was talented, beautiful, and virtuous, while the other was not talented, beautiful, or virtuous. It was hard to believe that they were a family. However, this third young Miss Yi was also a strange person. She rarely attended the gatherings of the young ladies in the capital. To outsiders, it was said that third young Miss Ye's health had been poor ever since the death of the first madam of the Yi family. Today, seeing third young Miss Ye's elegant appearance, elegant speech, and proper manners, it vaguely reminded people of Madame Yi, who came from the famous Su family. How could such a woman be rumored to be so unbearable? Not only did she lose such a good marriage with Prince Li, but she was also betrothed to Prince Ding. Her life was ruined. Chapter 14. Yi Li stood respectfully behind Wang Shi. She did not see Imo Jingli, who had been staring at her with a gloomy face since she entered the door. While listening to the compliments of the old concubine, she stared at the crystal jade bracelet on her wrist and thought quickly. If the old concubine liked her or felt guilty because Prince Li broke off the engagement and gave her the relic of the late emperor, she would not believe it. Even the others present would not believe it. Moreover, the old concubine mentioned Prince Li as if nothing had happened. Now that Yi Ying and Imo Jingli were present, it was obvious that she wanted to embarrass her. Then what did the old concubine mean by her attitude? I'm sure you youngsters will find it boring to have us old ladies talking here. Why don't third Miss and fourth Miss take Li out for a walk? Xian Zhao, old concubine, suddenly changed the topic and said with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Shi and Yi Ying's faces stiffened. Old Madame Yi was also stunned, but she quickly recovered and said with a smile, Old concubine is right. It is this old one who did not think it through and let Prince Li accompany us to waste time here. Li. Yi Li's heart jumped. She stepped forward and said to old Madame Yi with a smile, Grandmother, fourth sister and His Highness Prince Li are in love. It is inevitable that they miss each other. Li does not dare to be a red lantern and annoy people for no reason. After saying that, she stuck out her tongue and made a face at old Madame Yi. Her cute and innocent appearance made old Madame Yi and Wang Shi, who were used to Yi Li's indifferent appearance, unable to recover their senses. Yi Ying's face flushed red when her thoughts were exposed. She glared at Yi Li, then shyly and timidly stole a glance at Imo Jingli. Her beautiful smiling face was slightly flushed, and her beauty was unparalleled. When Imo Jingli heard Yi Li's words, his face became uglier. He snorted and said to Yi Li, It's good that you know yourself. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, Your Highness, what are you talking about? I am a very tactful person. How could he disturb fourth sister and brother-in-law? As for me, I'd better stay and accompany grandmother, concubine dowager, and the other madams. Chenu admires old imperial concubine's elegance. I hope old imperial concubine won't dislike me. Imperial concubine dowager looked deeply at Yi Li and said with a smile, Since that's the case, Li can stay. Imo Jingli snorted and left with Yi Ying. Naturally, Yi Ying happily followed Imo Jingli. Old concubine looked at the scene in front of her and frowned, but soon relaxed and continued to talk with old Madame Yi. Yili continued to stand behind Madame Wang in boredom. While listening to the noble ladies in the capital, she picked up a few chapters of Sun Tzu's Art of War and recited them twice. This was a habit she had developed in her previous life. Yili was born into a military family in her previous life. Her great-grandfather was born poor and participated in the anti-Japanese war. To put it bluntly, he was a rough man. However, this rough man ended up being called a rough man by others. Therefore, from Yili's father's generation, they were trained in the direction of a scholarly general. The old man's favorite hobby was to punish the younger generation in the family to recite books, and they were all ancient books. The younger generation in the family couldn't bear the torture. Basically, each one of them went to school further than the other and didn't go home during the holidays. However, after more than 10 years of torment, the younger generation benefited a lot. The ladies present were all well-known figures in the capital. Although they were chatting with an appropriate expression, they didn't ignore Yili behind Madame Wang. The longer they looked at her, the more they felt that this third Miss Yi was different from the rumors. No matter what they said, this young lady didn't have the slightest curiosity or surprise on her face. Even when they talked about the marriage between Prince Li and fourth Miss Yi, she didn't have the slightest grievance or resentment. Whether it was true or not, people like them who had seen through people's hearts couldn't see through it. That was a skill. This kind of indifference, not to mention a woman in the boudoir, not even many men could do it. Speaking of which, it's rare to see third Miss in the capital. I wonder if third Miss will be attending this year's 100 Flower Festival? Yili was silently reading when a woman suddenly asked. Without waiting for Yili to answer, old Madame Yi smiled and said, "These 2 years, Li Er's health has improved a lot. Naturally, she will attend this year." In the past, Madame Yi naturally understood why Madame Wang didn't allow Yili to attend. However, now that the two girls' marriage was set, it was unreasonable to not allow Yili to attend. Although she valued Ying more, the astute old Madame Yi didn't intend to let this granddaughter who was about to become Princess Ding be bitterly disappointed in the Yi family. Although Yili didn't like to join in the fun, she knew that a girl in the boudoir was different from a married woman. When she was still in the boudoir, she didn't want to attend the gatherings of the young ladies. At most, outsiders would think that this girl was introverted and liked the quiet, or that her health wasn't good. However, after marriage, if a woman who was in charge of the household still didn't want to integrate into the crowd and didn't interact with others, people would think that this person was too arrogant and didn't know how to appreciate kindness. In serious cases, it would even affect her husband's family. The current master of the Ding King's residence was the already disabled Prince Ding, Imo Xiaoyao. Although there were still a few women in the residence, after she married, she would definitely be in charge of the Ding King's residence. Therefore, after hearing old Madame Ye's words, Yili also smiled and agreed, showing an expression of looking forward to this year's 100 Flower Festival. After sending off the virtuous consort and her entourage, Yili bid farewell to old Madame Yi and returned to Qingyi Xian. Old Madame Yi and Madame Wang were delighted by the glory of the virtuous consort and didn't keep Yili. Yili walked out of Ronglu Tang and casually walked along the winding corridor. At the same time, she thought of the glance that the virtuous consort gave her before she left. She didn't know why, but she felt that the old consort's glance was very meaningful. Young Miss looked. When she passed by the garden, Yili was thinking about something, and Qing Shuang reminded her softly in her ear. Looking up, there was a pair of beautiful people sitting in the pavilion by the side of the garden. The man was handsome and solemn, and the woman was beautiful and delicate. Who else could it be but Imo Jingli and Yi Ying? Yili was a little puzzled. Why weren't these two people in front of the flowers under the moon, but sitting at the entrance of the garden where people came and went? It looked like they were deliberately waiting for her here. She stepped forward. "Greetings to His Highness Li Wang." Imo Jingli glanced at the maidservants behind her and sneered. "You really know how to put on a show." In the past, Imo Jingli had seen Yili from a distance a few times. Every time, Yili only had one maidservant with her, which made people feel that she was petty. Now that he had just been granted a marriage, Yili not only dared to embarrass him, but also put on a show. For some reason, Jingli always felt a little angry when he saw Yi Li thinking of the nearly 20,000 taels of silver in Yi Li's hands. Jingli gnashed his teeth. It wasn't that his Li Wang manor couldn't afford it, but Yi Li's actions made it clear that she didn't care about him, so she was so generous to ask for money from him. Yi Li covered her mouth and smiled. Her indifferent gaze moved between the two of them. Prince is joking. This is just a rule that a girl should follow. I know that fourth sister and the prince like each other, so it's inevitable, but in the end, they haven't married yet. It's better to let the maidservants follow fourth sister when she goes out. Even if they follow from a distance, it's still good. It will also prevent people from gossiping. Chapter 15. Third elder sister. How could you say that? Hearing Yi Li's words, Yi Ying's bright and beautiful eyes instantly turned red. Crystal-clear tears swirled in her eyes as she looked at Yi Li with an extremely aggrieved expression. His Highness and I are innocent. Even if this little sister has wronged you. But this is not what little sister meant. Why would third elder sister? Yi Li raised her hand slightly and interrupted her. She found it funny and asked, Fourth younger sister, you misunderstood. Who said there's something going on between you and Prince? Just say it. Even if grandmother and father don't stand up for you, third elder sister will stand up for you. She glanced at the people behind her with a questioning look. Qing Shuang covered her mouth and smiled. I didn't hear anything, but since fourth young miss said so, there must be something going on. Why don't we go back to old madam and investigate thoroughly? We'll definitely find the person who slandered fourth young miss and Prince Li. Yi Ying's expression changed. She glared at Qing Shuang hatefully and turned to look at Jingli pitifully. Prince. If grandmother knew about this, she would definitely be reprimanded. If this matter was blown out of proportion, there would be rumors about them. Enough. Yi Li, it's useless no matter what you do. I won't fall for you. Just give up. Jingli reprimanded coldly. He stared at Yi Li with disgust and disgust. Yi Li was so surprised that she couldn't recover from her shock. What was Jingli talking about? She couldn't be thinking that he was playing hard to get with this appearance, right? Where did this person get such a good sense of himself? Being scrutinized by Yi Li, Jingli became angry out of humiliation. He said angrily, Have you seen enough? Shameless. Yi Li rolled her eyes helplessly in her heart. She resisted the urge to say, It's time for you to take your medicine. She bowed to Jingli. Enough. Prince, fourth younger sister, take your time. I'll take my leave first. Without waiting for Jingli's reply, he turned around and walked in the direction of Qing Yixian. Behind her, Jingli stared at the slender figure leaving with a gloomy expression. Seeing this, Yi Ying's heart tightened. She said softly, Prince, third sister has always been like this. Don't hold it against her. Seeing the worry and pleading written all over the beautiful face of the person in front of him, Jingli's expression softened a little. He pulled Yi Ying and snorted, saying softly, Don't worry, since she's your sister, I won't argue with her for your sake. Yi Ying's eyes flashed slightly, and she lowered her head shyly. Thank you, Prince. As soon as she entered Qing Yixian, she heard a few maidservants who had nothing to do, exclaiming in surprise about the lavish betrothal gifts sent by Li Wangfu today. Fourth young mistress was really fortunate to be able to marry Li Wangfu as his legal wife and so on. Of course, they couldn't help but mention the misfortune of third young mistress marrying the good-for-nothing prince in the capital city. Qing Shuang's face turned pale with anger. Without waiting for Yi Li to speak, she scolded harshly, How dare you? Who gave you the guts to talk about your master? Perhaps the maidservants were too engrossed in their conversation. They didn't even notice that 6 or 7 people were standing behind them. When they heard Qing Shuang's voice, they turned around and were so frightened that they knelt on the ground. Yi Li looked indifferent as she walked past the maidservants kneeling on the ground. Just when the maidservants thought that they had escaped and were relieved, they heard Yi Li say, Go down and receive 20 strokes of the plank. No, young mistress, please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. Although Qing Yixian wasn't favored in the residence, it didn't make much of a difference to these maidservants. If there were any good things in other courtyards, the maidservants wouldn't have a chance to do it. However, third young mistress was the master of the Yi residence. Usually, she would never make any excessive demands or make things difficult for the people below her, nor would she get angry at the maidservants. Basically, she had never punished anyone in the courtyard. So these maidservants couldn't help but feel that the third young miss was soft-hearted, and thus, they became more relaxed. They didn't expect that today they would be punished with 20 strokes of the plank just because of a few words of gossip. Go down. Yili didn't want to listen to those begging for mercy. She left these words faintly and left. Young mistress, why get angry with those villains? It's not worth it to get angry for no reason. Qing Shuang followed behind Yili and softly advised her. Yili glanced back at her and smiled. You think I'm angry? Young mistress. Then what? In recent years, it was rare to see third young mistress punish maidservants. Yili sneered. I punished them not because they gossiped, but because they betrayed their master. If you were a maidservant and gossiped about your master, would you stand at the entrance of the courtyard? Qing Shuang suddenly understood. She was puzzled and asked, Then who ordered them? It can't be madam, right? What good would it do her, other than angering young mistress? And she might not even be angered. Yili frowned and shook her head. She said to Qing Shuang, Tomorrow, go to the imperial censor's residence and send a letter to second uncle for me. Tell others that I don't understand some things and want to ask second aunt for advice. Ask her to come over when she has time. Right, tell second aunt that there's no rush. Imperial censor's residence study. The simple and elegant study room was filled with a faint smell of books. Behind the desk, the imperial censor's usually elegant expression was a little gloomy. He stared at a letter on the desk and pondered. Qing Feng, what do you think the virtuous old concubine meant by this? After a while, the imperial censor raised his head and asked. Not far from the desk, a handsome young man stood upright. He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, My son is slow-witted. Could it be that in order to save face for the king's residence, Imperial censor Su shook his head and said, In my opinion, the imperial family's actions are to save face for the king's residence. This method may work for ordinary officials, but it is useless for the king's residence. Su Qingfeng's sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. His expression was filled with indignation as he said, The royal family has treated the king's residence well, but they shouldn't have sacrificed my cousin. For many generations, the Su family had more males than females. In the previous generation, Yili's mother was a daughter. In Su Qingfeng's generation, the Su family's two branches were actually all sons. Su Qingfeng, who had always lived in the capital, loved Yili very much. He often saw her when she was young. Imperial censor Su sighed and said, In the eyes of the imperial family, other than themselves, who else can't be sacrificed? What's more, after your aunt passed away, Li did not show her face in the capital. Her reputation has long been ruined by that evil woman from the Yi family. Naturally, Li Wang is not willing to marry Li. Su Qingfeng snorted and said, My son thinks that my cousin not marrying that Li Wang is right. He hasn't even married, and he's already taking things from his fiancée's shop. Is this the imperial family's way of doing things? If my cousin really marries him, I'm afraid that the dowry left by us and aunt will be used up by him. Thinking about the matter that Qing Shuang mentioned when she came over, Su Qingfeng's heart was filled with anger. His view of Mo Jingli became even worse. Imperial censor Su raised his hand and stroked his beautiful beard. He nodded and said, That Li Wang is indeed not a good match for Li. Li has always had her own ideas. She probably doesn't see Li Wang in that way. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed that mother and daughter from the Yi family to act like that. Thinking back to when his younger sister passed away, he originally wanted to bring his seriously ill niece back to the Su family to be educated. However, that old woman from the Yi family stopped him. Li dragged her sick body and sent her wet nurse and mama back to Yunzhou. She lived alone in that isolated and helpless Yi residence. Although the Yi Wangsher wanted to harm her many times, she was still able to smoothly avoid it. Now, it seems that his niece not only had the intelligence of his younger sister, but also had the strength and sharpness that his younger sister did not have. This made Imperial censor Su feel proud. Chapter 16. But Prince Ding. Princely was not satisfactory, but at least he was still a healthy person. The marriage that the emperor had appointed was not only humiliating the Ding king's residence, it was also ruining the Su family's bloodline. Compared to Princely, I believe in the upbringing of the Ding king's residence more. That Prince Ding was raised by the old Ding prince. As he spoke, Imperial Censor Su lit the candlestick on the table and burned the letter on the table to ashes. Then he said to his son, "How is the Ding king's residence's affairs in the hall? In a few days, when your mother goes to the Yi family, tell her to tell Li Er." Su Qingfeng said somewhat helplessly, "Everything else in the Ding king's residence is easy to talk about. Only that Prince Ding rarely interacts with people. The number of people who have seen him in the past few years can be counted on one hand. We can't find out any useful information. There is only one piece of information. It says that Prince Ding is a jinx to his wife. A few of his previous fiancés were killed by him. There was also one who was scared to death on the night of the wedding." "Nonsense," Imperial Censor Su scolded. As an Imperial Censor, the old man of the Su family had students all over the world. He naturally knew more than normal people. For example, the time of Prince Ding's first fiancée's death was too strange. Another example was the second fiancée. She was appointed by the current Empress Dowager. She was originally a sickly person. It was not strange that she did not live to be of marriageable age. However, in Imperial Censor Su's opinion, the possibility of the one who died after the wedding was very small. That year, when Prince Ding was injured and returned to the court, he had seen him from afar. Although the wound on his face was somewhat sinister, it was not to the extent that it could scare someone to death. "Forget it. Go and see your mother. Later, Father will personally visit Prince Ding. Right now, I want to write a report." "Write a report? Father, who do you want to impeach?" Su Qingfeng asked curiously. A cold smile appeared on Imperial Censor Su's thin face as he said, "I accuse Yi Shangshu of not educating his daughters properly, condoning the 4 girls to have private dealings with Princely before he annulled the engagement. The Dechu State's imperial court clearly stipulated that imperial censors were not guilty. As long as the censor's accusation was not fabricated, no matter what, the emperor could not punish him. Who in the capital did not know about Princely and the 4th miss of the Yi family? However, since the Yi family did not care, others naturally pretended not to know. Now that someone had openly submitted the memorial, those imperial censors who had nothing to do and those scholars who couldn't bear to see such things naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. On the surface, the impeachment was directed at Minister Yi, but in fact it was directed at Yi Ying and Princely. In the end, even the fact that Princely had taken away his ex-fiancée's belongings could not be concealed. "Won't this make enemies for Li Er?" Su Qingfeng frowned and said somewhat worriedly. Imperial Censor Su smiled faintly and said, "Otherwise, do you think Princely looks like he feels guilty towards Li Er? At the very least, our Su family's position needs to be shown to Prince Li and the Emperor." The Su family clearly wanted to protect their niece. "Since we can't figure out what the virtuous consort Zhao's intentions are, then we should first find something for the Li Palace to do, so that they won't scheme against your cousin when they are idle." In Imperial Censor Su's heart, he could not understand why Princely would give up his own niece to marry the Yi family's 4th Mississippi. Other than appearance, in terms of status, one was the eldest daughter of the first wife, and the other was the daughter of the second wife. In terms of intelligence and virtue, Ying, who only knew how to seduce people, would have been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall by the Su family. Even in terms of dowry, the dowry that the Yi family spent all of their money on might not be as lavish as what the Su family gave Li Er. The difference between a newly risen upstart and a century-old clan was not small. Hearing his father's words, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh and said with a smile, "Father is still the most thoughtful. This child will leave now." Watching his son close the door and leave, Imperial Censor Su sighed slightly and picked up his brush to write a memorial. He had a son. His eldest son, Qing Rue, had followed his father back to Yunzhou and studied filial piety in front of his father. His second son, Qing Feng, had been by his side since he was young. Although he and his wife were both from a scholarly family, Qing Feng was very talented in martial arts since he was young. His literary talent was only average. Thinking of what Yi Li had said to him last year when he came to pay a New Year's visit, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Could it be that the century-old Su family was really going to produce a general? After stopping his brush and thinking for a long time, Imperial Censor Su finally put down his brush and walked to the side of the bookshelf. He skillfully pulled out a book from the third shelf and lowered his head to look at the vigorous handwriting on the book. Taizu Weapon Cannon. He raised his voice and said, "Come in." Soon, a manservant waiting outside pushed open the door and respectfully said, "Master, send this book to the second young master and tell him to finish reading it this year. Also, send over a review every month." The manservant took the book and didn't ask any more questions. He respectfully left. Not long after, Su Qingfeng's hearty laughter came from the distance. It was clear that he hadn't gone far before the manservant chased after him. "This child thanks father. This child accepts the order. Little brat, you don't have any decorum." Imperial Censor Su scolded in a low voice. However, his face couldn't help but reveal a relieved smile. That morning, Imperial Censor Su really did send a memorial to the emperor. He accused the Minister of Revenue, Yi Wenhua, of not teaching his daughter properly. Imperial Censor Su was worthy of being born from the number one scholarly family in Dechu State. It was just a memorial to impeach, but it was written in an elegant manner. He cited classics and described how the four daughters of the Yi family openly went out with Princely before the engagement between the Yi family's third young miss and Princely was annulled. They didn't have the demeanor of a noble family's young miss. Of course, this was all because the Minister of Revenue, Yi Wenhua, didn't teach his daughter properly. What? You're saying that the Yi family's third young miss is also Minister Ye's daughter? The Yi family's third young miss was Master Qing Yun's maternal granddaughter. Did the Su family's lineage and upbringing need to be doubted? As Yi Wenhua's maternal family, the Su family didn't hesitate to target the Yi family. This was absolutely unexpected. Minister Yi, who had been proud of his success these days, immediately felt dizzy. Even though he was now a second-rank Minister of Revenue, Yi Wenhua was still very respectful towards his former father-in-law. His face, which could be considered handsome, flushed red, but he couldn't say a single word to defend himself. Even though a few people from the Wang family wanted to come out and save the situation, unfortunately, their ranks didn't have much weight. Furthermore, which of the Imperial Censors group wasn't a scholar? Which one of them wasn't proud and unyielding? More importantly, most of them came from Lishan Academy. Their eloquence wasn't just for show. Even though this impeachment wasn't a party involved, it was obvious that Princely, Imo Jingli, was involved. At this moment, his face was gloomy. He was releasing cold air without restraint. It was a pity that although Imperial Censor Su's official robe was a bit thin, in this almost April weather, it really wasn't cold. In the Golden Palace, the Emperor of Dechu State, Imo Jingqi, was sitting high on the dragon throne. He looked thoughtfully at the officials with different expressions below. As the Emperor, he didn't mind his subjects fighting each other occasionally. If they all banded together, he would be worried. However, he didn't expect that the Su family would actually unhesitatingly make things difficult for Yi Wenhua for the sake of a small Yi Li. Even though the Su family's influence in the imperial court was very small, in the eyes of the world's scholars, the Su family was still the object of their respect and worship. It seemed, Minister, you wouldn't have an easy time in this period of time. This was also good. Too much glory would make people think of things they shouldn't think of. Some people should be taught a lesson. Chapter 17. Minister Yi, is what Imperial Censor Su said true? Imo Jingqi smiled and asked Yi Wenhua. The king's warm smile made Yi Wenhua feel cold for no reason. Your Majesty, I am innocent. Lord Yi, you mean that Lord Su is framing your colleague? But according to what this lowly official knows, as early as last year, there were people who saw your daughter and His Highness Princely together. At that time, Princely and third Miss Ye's engagement hadn't been annulled, right? Another imperial censor stepped forward and glanced at Yi Wenhua. Although the officials of the imperial censor did not have real power, they were all people with real talent. Most of them disdained to wallow in the mire with others. Of course, they were not afraid of offending others. The imperial censor could not convict anyone. As long as it was not nonsense, even the emperor could not blame anyone. What could others do? That's right. I seem to have heard Madame mention this before. I heard that during this year's Lantern Festival, fourth Missy also walked hand in hand with him. Minister Ye's old rival, concubine Lu's father, the Minister of Appointments, naturally did not fall behind and add insult to injury. The daughters of the Lu and Yi families fought fiercely in the palace. In the court, the two families were also fighting both openly and secretly. It was a pity that the Yi family's foundation was shallow. Even if they had the support of Princely, they could not shake the Lu family at all. Furthermore, Yi Wenhua was being impeached by his own family. Minister Lu felt that it was a pity if he did not take the chance to step on him. Although Princely was the emperor's younger brother and had the Empress Dowager's support, the Lu family was not to be trifled with. His two grandsons and one granddaughter were the emperor's princes and princesses. Jingli, what do you say? Imo Jingqi's gaze swept across the people in the hall and landed on Imo Jingli's gloomy face. He smiled and asked. The hall was silent for a while. Then, Imo Jingli's cold voice was heard. I have nothing to say. Some conservative old officials snorted in their hearts. Their evaluation of this prince became even lower. Indeed, they had nothing to say. This kind of thing was not investigated if the people did not report it. However, once it was exposed, any punishment would not be excessive. Imo Jingli and Yi Ying had been too arrogant back then. They thought that no one would dare to say anything, so they went around openly as a couple. Not only the officials in the imperial court, but also many ordinary people knew about it. Now that the Su family had found out, the more they tried to quibble, the more embarrassed they would be. Li Wang's subordinates naturally could not watch their master swallow this grievance and hurriedly stepped forward to report. Reporting to your majesty that Yi third young miss has no talent, no virtue, and no looks. Originally, she was not worthy of His Highness Li Wang. What's more, His Highness Prince Li and fourth young Miss Ye's marriage was personally arranged. Imperial censor Su sneered and said, since Prince Li doubts third young Miss Ye's talent, appearance, and virtue, then he should openly break off the engagement and find a better match. Why do you have to do such a sneaky thing? According to what Xiaoguan knew, on the day when the engagement was broken off, third young Mistress Yi did not have an intense reaction, nor did she pester and refuse to break off the engagement. One could imagine third Miss Ye's character. What's more, His Highness Prince Li and third young Mistress Ye's marriage was bestowed by the late emperor. Comparing the Empress Dowager's marriage and the late emperor's marriage, which was more important? Furthermore, to be more serious, the Empress Dowager's marriage was completely against the late emperor's wishes. It was already enough to question the Empress Dowager's virtue. The loyal subject retreated in defeat with a pale face. The others watched the commotion while secretly expressing sympathy for the reckless person who tried to compete with imperial censor Su. Those with some knowledge all knew that when the Su family's second young master was only 16 years old, he challenged the 6 great scholars of Nanzhao Kingdom and became famous. These years, he had kept a low profile, but it did not mean that he suddenly became bad with words. That's enough. Does Minister Yi have any words to defend himself? Imo Jingqi stopped His Highness from speaking up. Yi Wenhua's many years of experience in the officialdom, from an ordinary scholar to a second-rank official, were not for nothing. He knew that Imperial Censor Su had come prepared. Moreover, he had no way of defending himself, so he directly admitted his guilt. This humble official has neglected the affairs of the manor for many years and has not been strict with my daughter. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Men should not interfere with the internal affairs of the manor. It was completely understandable that he neglected the affairs of the manor. The emperor obviously did not intend to let go of his official and favorite younger brother because of such a trivial matter. Because he was very satisfied with Yi Wenhua's understanding of the situation, if he continued to quibble, perhaps he would be punished even more severely. Since this is the case, Minister Yi will be fined 1 year of salary. As for Princely, he will be fined half a year of salary. In addition, third Miss Yi is elegant and virtuous. She will be given 100 taels of gold and 2 jade ruby. Consider it as me adding to Mr. Qingyun's granddaughter's dowry. Many thanks for Your Majesty's grace. Minister Ye's face was ashen. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Imperial Censor Su's expression was indifferent. Many thanks, Royal Brother. Prince Li's expression was even more gloomy. The impeachment seemed to have ended with the Emperor's indifferent punishment. However, the follow-up effects were far from over. Before Minister Yi returned home after the morning court, the news of the morning court had spread like the wind among the aristocratic families in the capital. It was unknown where the rumor came from, but Minister Yi sold his daughter for glory. Seeing that Prince Li did not like his 3 daughters who were not outstanding, he ordered Yi Ying, who was known as the most beautiful woman in the capital, to seduce Prince Li. One person said it was a rumor, but 100 people said it seemed to be the truth. No matter where he went, Minister Yi seemed to feel that the way people looked at him was different from usual. In the end, he could only endure the depression and hurriedly deal with the political affairs and return home. When Qing Shuang gloated and told Yili the rumors outside, Yili just smiled faintly and ignored it. She was just a little worried that this action would bring trouble to her uncle. However, her uncle was not a reckless man who did not know his limits. Since he did this, he naturally had his reasons and thoughts. However, Yili was a little surprised that her father did not vent his anger on her because of this matter. After all, after Minister Yi hurriedly returned home yesterday, even Wang Shi and Ying had a meal. Perhaps it was not that he did not intend to vent his anger on her. After all, he had already rushed into Qing Yixin yesterday. However, she did not know why he had just entered the room and turned around and left without saying anything. Perhaps it was a rare moment of sudden guilt? Yili indifferently glanced at the simple furnishings in the room and thought absent-mindedly. She sat leisurely in front of the window and lowered her head to embroider. A purple iris flower gradually took shape in her hands. Embroidery was something that required patience. Yili, who used to be a sniper in her previous life, did not lack patience. In this life, her mother personally taught her embroidery since she was 6 years old. Over the years, she gradually fell in love with this art. Because of her past memories, Yili naturally had more experience and knowledge than the people of this era. The things she worked on always had a little more unique charm and spirit than others. There was a faint noise in the courtyard. Yili frowned and raised her head. Qing Xia, what's going on outside? Young Master Rong has returned. He is outside the courtyard and clamoring to see young Mississippi, Qing Xia respectfully replied. Yili smiled faintly. She casually pinned the embroidery needle on the silk cloth and stood up. Let's go and have a look. The only male in the entire Yi residence, Yi Rong, was 13 years old this year and was studying in a famous academy in the capital. Yi Rong was influenced by Wang Shi. He did not like Yi Li, his legitimate sister, since he was young. After Su Shi passed away, as the only male in the residence and the legitimate son, he looked down on Yi Li even more. It was good enough that they could see each other a few times a year. There was never a situation where he personally came to see Yi Li, needless to say. It was because Wang Shi and Yi Ying were scolded by their father yesterday. He just came back from the academy yesterday. Today, he could not wait to seek justice for his mother and sister. Chapter 18. Before she went out, she heard Qing Shuang and Yi Rong arguing. How dare you? You're just a lowly servant girl. How dare you stop me? Be careful that I don't sell you to the brothel. Yi Rong glared at the girl in front of him. Others might be afraid of the only young master in the house, but Qing Shuang was not so polite. She glared at Yi Rong with her beautiful eyes and sneered, no matter how lowly I am still the young Miss Servant. Young Master Rong, you don't have the right to decide whether to hit or sell me. Is this the etiquette that young Master Rong learned in school to trespass into his sister's courtyard? You've learned well and been taught well. Lowly girl, beat her. Yi Rong ordered the servants behind him to teach Qing Shuang a lesson in exasperation. Ronger, what are you doing? Yili walked out of the courtyard and looked indifferently at the hostile youth in front of her. Her gaze fell on the hands of the servants who were holding Qing Shuang. Let go of her. The 2 servants who were holding Qing Shuang felt as if they had been burned. They quickly withdrew their hands and hid behind Yi Rong. Let go of her. Yi Rong felt humiliated when he saw that the people around him were so useless. He snorted with dissatisfaction and said to Yi Li, third sister, you're so rude. I'll help you teach her a lesson. Yi Li looked at him coldly. I will discipline the people around me. If you have time, you should learn the rules a few times. Seeing Yi Rong like this, Yi Li knew why her father loved and hated this son of his. He was her only son, but he was also brainless. Wang Shi even thought that her son could be compared to the second son of the Liu family. The second son of the Liu family was 16 years old and was already a famous young talent in the capital. This year, he went to Lishan Academy alone to study. Whether it was the Liu family or his teachers and classmates, they all had high hopes for him. He was obviously going to be the top scholar in the future. As for this half-brother of his, it was obvious that in the capital, he was just a good-for-nothing. Yi Rong had been pampered by old Madame Yi and Wang Shi since he was a child. In this family, even his second sister and fourth sister didn't dare to talk to him like this. Yi Rong immediately jumped up like a cat whose fur had been set on fire. He angrily pointed at Yi Li and said, "How dare you talk to me like that? I'm going to tell my grandmother that I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Yi Li could not understand. Although the Yi family was not a century-old clan, they were still a rather influential family in the capital. How did they raise such an idiot like Yi Rong? Yi Li couldn't be bothered with the angry boy. She turned around and was about to return to her room. "Young Master Rong, please leave." "Yi Li, stop right there." Yi Rong was furious. "You are so shameless. It was clearly brother-in-law Prince Li who didn't want you. You actually let your uncle speak ill of father in front of the emperor. You caused mother and third sister to be scolded by father. Serves you right for being abandoned by Prince Li, serves you right. Evil creature. Shut up." Yi Rong, who was in the midst of scolding, didn't see the coldness in Yi Li's eyes and the trace of a smile on her lips. Until an angry roar came from behind her, she stiffly turned around and saw the people around her trembling on the ground. Her father, who had always been amiable, was glaring at her with an ashen face. "Father, this minister's manner has a good upbringing. An insignificant second wife's son who was promoted by a concubine actually dares to insult the first wife's daughter in broad daylight. I've really learned something." A handsome young man among the people beside Minister Yi sneered. Hearing this, Minister Ye's face became even uglier. "What are you standing there for? Why aren't you arresting this bastard for me? Give me a heavy punishment of 20 beatings." Hearing Minister Ye's words, Yi Rong immediately screamed in fright. He punched and kicked the two servants who came up from the side. Father, this child knows his wrongs. Unfortunately, he was young and weak. How could he fight against these servants who were in their prime? He was quickly dragged to a place not far away to be punished. Yi Li's expression was indifferent, but with a rare joy, she quickly stepped forward. "Greetings, father. Aunt, cousin, why did you come?" Minister Yi looked at his daughter, who respectfully paid her respects to him, but showed a rare intimacy to outsiders. He felt a bit uncomfortable in his heart, but when he thought of the simple furnishings in Yi Li's courtyard, he couldn't get angry. He could only smile and say, "Qing Feng and your aunt came to see you, so father came with them." Su Qing Feng smiled coldly and said, "Isn't that so? If we didn't come today, we wouldn't know that little sister is living such a life in the Yi mansion." The smile on Minister Ye's face froze. He looked at the cold face of Madame Su and the unkind face of Su Qing Feng and felt embarrassed. Yi Li smiled faintly. She stepped forward and took Madame Su's hand. She smiled and said, "Aunt, don't stand at the door. Let's go in and have a cup of tea." Hearing the words of her niece, who she loved like her own daughter, Madame Su's cold face immediately had a little more smile. She held Yi Li's hand and sighed with pity. "Good child, you have been wronged." Yi Li smiled faintly and didn't say anything. She took Madame Su's arm and walked into the courtyard. She didn't forget to turn around and say to her father, who was standing on the side with an embarrassed face, "Father, if you are not busy, let's taste your daughter's tea." Yi Wenhua forced a smile and nodded. "Then let's taste Yi Li's tea." The originally tense atmosphere finally eased a little. The group of people was about to enter Qingyi Xian when Madame Wang, who was not far away, stumbled over with the help of someone. Seeing Yi Rong, who was being beaten and screaming loudly, Madame Wang screamed and rushed over to protect Yi Rong in her arms. Madame Wang was the mistress of the house. When she stepped forward, Others naturally didn't dare to do anything and could only stand to the side. When Yirong saw Madame Wang, he immediately grabbed Madame Wang and cried out in pain. He didn't forget to point at Yili and said, "Mother, she caused your son to be beaten. You must avenge your son. It hurts." Woo-woo. Madame Wang hugged Yirong and knelt on the ground. She looked at Yi Wenhua with grief and resentment and asked, "Master, what did Rong do wrong? Why do you have to beat him like this? He is still so young. He is your only son." Woo-woo. Third young mistress, even if Rong offended you, but you are brother and sister. Li follow aunt into the house. What kind of people are in this house? What will happen if this spreads out? If it really doesn't work, let your uncle report to the emperor and take you away from the imperial censor manor to get married. I think your grandfather can still make the decision on your marriage. Our imperial censor manor won't disgrace the Ding Palace. Looking at Madame Wang, who was crying on the ground not far away, Madame Su's face suddenly sank again. She pulled Yi Li and walked inside. Yi family's Madame Wang and her daughter, as well as Yi Jiaoyi in the palace, were all the same. Yi Ying and Yi Yu could cry, but this Madame Wang didn't know shame at her age. Yi Li nodded and turned back to Madame Wang and said indifferently, "Madame Su is too serious. Rong was punished by father. But speaking of which, Rong should be properly disciplined. Otherwise, outsiders will say that our minister's manor has no upbringing." After saying that, she ignored Yi Wenhua's expression and held Madame Su's hand to enter the courtyard. Su Qingfeng followed behind and looked at Madame Wang with interest. He smiled and said, "Uncle's second wife is really interesting." He had never seen a madam like this. No matter how the first wife of a prestigious family was in private, she would always be graceful and dignified in front of outsiders. This woman who was crying, while still not forgetting to seduce people, was obviously the appearance of a concubine. Also, wasn't she born as a concubine? After saying that, he turned around and followed his mother and cousin, leaving the minister whose face was as black as ink to deal with the situation outside. Chapter 19. In the elegant and quiet reception hall, Yi Li served tea that she had personally brewed for her aunt and cousin, who were still angry. Lady Su took a sip of the tea and felt her anger subside a bit. She looked helplessly at Yi Li and said, "Look at your temper. Even a concubine-born son of your second wife dares to bully you." Yi Li didn't mind. She smiled calmly at her protective aunt and said, "In the end, she is the mistress of the Yi family and the birth mother of Jiaoyi in the palace. Moreover, Li didn't suffer any losses. Don't you think so, aunt?" Su Qingfeng frowned and said, "Today, we are here. Your father can't punish him in front of outsiders. Normally, how could it be so easy? Don't think that he didn't know that a mere 20 beatings had been delayed until Wang Shi arrived. The beatings that fell on Yirong's body were just a few moderate beatings. If it wasn't for Yi Wenhua's instructions, how could the servants have the guts to overtly obey?" Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "I've made cousin, uncle, and aunt worry. In the end, he is father's only son. How could he not be biased? But Li isn't someone to be trifled with. If he really offended me, how could I let him off so easily?" In Yi Li's eyes, Yirong was just a spoiled child that no one liked. It would be boring to argue with him too much. Thinking of a certain someone who had been plagued with bad luck recently, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh. But he still couldn't help but remind his cousin to be careful. Lady Su handed a sealed letter to Yi Li. Yi Li held the letter that was obviously not thin. Her heart warmed. She raised her head and saw Lady Su's gentle and loving eyes. Yi Li's heart ached. "Aunt." Ever since her mother passed away, if it wasn't for her uncle and aunt taking care of her, she wouldn't have been able to live so freely these years. Without waiting for her to express her gratitude, Madame Su reached out to hold her hand and said with a smile, "Silly child, no matter what, you are still the blood of the Su family, aren't you? Your uncle only has one sister, your mother, in his entire life. What trouble would it take to do all this?" "Aunt." Yi Li lowered her eyes, not wanting Madame Su to see the tears in her eyes. Su Qingfeng saw that the atmosphere was somewhat melancholic and hurriedly said with a smile, "What mother said is right. Our Su family only has Li this one daughter, in this generation. When Lear got married, eldest uncle, eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother would all come to the capital. If it weren't for the fact that Grandpa wasn't feeling well this year, and the doctor didn't allow him to travel far, he would have wanted to come too. Yili hurriedly suppressed the churning thoughts in her heart. Grandfather's health is not good? Then first uncle and the others. Don't worry. Grandpa is old, so it's natural for him to have some minor illnesses. The climate in the capital isn't as good as Yunzhou's. As for eldest brother and the others, they were originally going to come to the capital to prepare for next year's spring examination. They're just coming to the capital a few months earlier because of your wedding. Afraid that Yili would think too much, Su Qingfeng hurriedly comforted her. Yili held back her laughter. It was only the end of March. There was still nearly a year until next year's spring examination. It was a bit too early to bring it forward. Understanding that her cousin wanted to comfort her, Yili followed his words and changed the topic. She asked curiously, second cousin, fourth cousin, and fifth brother are all going to participate in the spring examination? In this generation of the Su family, the second oldest, Su Qingze, was 19 this year. The 16th oldest, Su Qingbai, and the 13th oldest, Su Qingyan. As for the oldest, Su Qingchen, he was 22 this year. When he was 14 years old, he had already obtained the title of top scholar. He had become the youngest top scholar since the founding of Dechu State. However, Su Qingchen didn't like the gossip of officialdom. At the age of 15, he resigned from his position and went to study. At the age of 20, he became the youngest teacher in Lishan Academy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this older cousin of hers was absolutely stunning. Although Yili had only seen him a few times a few years ago, she had a very deep impression of this older cousin of hers. However, with the three sons of the Su family participating in the examination at the same time, with the Su family's ability, the chances of them failing were very low. Wouldn't it be too conspicuous? Su Qingfeng shrugged and said, it was originally second brother and fourth brother. Fifth brother wanted to come himself. It's said that he wants to surpass eldest brother's title of top scholar when he was 14 years old. Eldest brother was born in February. He was born in September. If he really did become the top scholar, he would surpass eldest brother. However, the chances are slim. He had been fond of martial arts since he was young. Even if he wanted to read, he liked to read military books. He didn't have much interest in becoming the top scholar. In reality, the Su family didn't have much interest in the examination. In any case, they didn't plan on becoming officials. However, if they didn't take the examination and obtain a certain rank, based on their age, they wouldn't be able to teach at Lishan Academy, even if they were very knowledgeable. How could those geniuses be willing to accept a person of similar age as their teacher? Lady Su also smiled and said, actually, the only one who really wants to take the examination is Qingze. Qingbai and Qingyan are just taking the opportunity to join in on the fun. Second brother, are you planning on staying in the capital? Yili asked. Su Qingfeng smiled and praised. Lear is still the smart one. However, if second brother stays in the capital, your older cousin will have to go on a long journey. Seeing Su Qingfeng in high spirits, Yili's heart skipped a beat and said happily, could it be that second uncle has agreed to older cousin's request? Lady Su helplessly nodded her head in relief and said, isn't that so? This brat finally got what he wanted. Your uncle is planning on letting him temper himself in the army. In reality, the imperial censor's thoughts were very complicated. On one hand, he hoped that his son wouldn't be able to endure the training in the army and obediently return home to inherit the traditions of the Su family. However, if Su Qingfeng really dared to come back after a few months, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to avoid a good fight. Then congratulations, older cousin, Yili said with a smile. Second uncle had always disapproved of older cousin joining the army. Now that he finally relented, it was no wonder that Su Qingfeng was so happy. Thanks to Li Er's auspicious words. When older cousin becomes a great general, if that Prince Ding dares to bully you, older cousin will take revenge for you. Yili's face darkened. Even a great general wasn't enough to contend against the only hereditary prince of the Daichu state. Moreover, by the time he went from a small soldier to a great general, it would be too late. Even after Yi Li personally sent older cousin and aunt away, Minister Yi didn't appear again. Madame Su clearly no longer had any hope for the Yi family's etiquette and rules. In any case, if it wasn't for Yi Li, this niece, the Yi family that caused her daughter to die of depression would have nothing to do with the Su family. Yi Li didn't get angry. When she turned to return to Qing Yixian, she glanced at Wang Shi's Fangyi courtyard indifferently. A rare sneer appeared on her lips. Was Wang Shi trying to show her who was the boss? Third elder sister. Before she entered Qing Yixian, Ying walked over unsteadily, holding the hand of a servant girl. Yi Li stopped and calmly sized up the number 1 beauty in front of her. It seemed that nothing had happened these past few days, but in reality, Yi Ying's life wasn't easy either. Her usually delicate and beautiful little face was pale and haggard. Her watery eyes that looked at Yi Li also had a bit of hidden bitterness and moisture. For no reason, Yi Li couldn't help but tremble. 2 dimples are born in a state of distress, a delicate attack of illness. Glistening with tears, slightly panting, Yi Li suddenly thought of the sentence describing an otherworldly beauty in the masterpiece dream of the Red Chamber. Unfortunately, when she looked at that pair of watery eyes that occasionally flashed with a glimmer of light, where was the nobleness and purity of fairy Jiangzhu? Chapter 20. Fourth sister. What's wrong? Yi Li asked softly. Why aren't you resting in your room if you're not feeling well? Thank you for your concern, third sister. Inger is fine, Ying said softly, but her resentful and aggrieved appearance did not seem like she was fine. Yi Li nodded with understanding. Since it's nothing, fourth sister can take a walk. Third sister will go back first. Third sister. Seeing Yi Li turn to leave without hesitation, Ying's eyes flashed with a trace of anger, but it quickly disappeared. Biting her red lips, she looked at Yi Li and said, Inger just wanted to ask third sister, did you receive the invitation to the 100 Flower Festival? Yi Li nodded. She had received the invitation yesterday morning. The 100 Flower Festival was set to be held in the capital's largest peony park in 7 days. Seeing Yi Ying's appearance, Yi Li's mind turned. She finally understood why Yi Ying had stopped her. Fourth sister hasn't received the invitation yet? Ying shook her head sadly, but her heart was full of resentment towards Yi Li. If it wasn't for her uncle impeaching her father in court as the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, how could the future princess consortly not have an invitation to the White Flower Festival? Third sister. You are not going this year? Yi Li laughed involuntarily. Ying wasn't planning on going to Peony Park with her invitation, was she? But it made sense. She was the future princess consortly. Even if someone recognized that the name on the invitation was not hers, no one would dare to chase her away. I'm much better this year. Of course I'm going. After Yi Li finished speaking, she clearly saw Yi Ying's face darken. Not wanting to be entangled, Yi Li said, I still have matters to attend to. I won't accompany fourth sister. Third. Seeing that Yi Ying still wanted to say something, Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said, Fourth sister, why don't you ask to see the virtuous consort Zhao? This year's invitation was personally sent by Princess Zhaoyang. If I don't go, won't Princess Zhaoyang think that our Yi family is not giving her face? Hearing this, Ying finally suppressed the words she wanted to say. Zhaoyang Grand Princess was the elder sister of the current emperor and the only daughter of the late Emperor Yuan Empress. However, she was famous for her bad temper. Sometimes, she would not give face to the Empress, or even the Empress Dowager. Ying did not dare to make trouble in front of her. She still hadn't received an invitation. It was clear that Zhaoyang eldest princess was dissatisfied with her. Third miss, fourth miss. Old Madam invites the two of you to go to Rong Lu Tang. Yi Li was about to go back to her room when Old Madam Ye's mama came to pass the message. Today, when Madam Su came to visit, Old Madam Yi directly said that she was not feeling well and did not even send someone to check on her. Yi Li naturally knew that Old Madam Yi was dissatisfied with the Su family's behavior these days. She nodded indifferently and said, I know. Thank you for your trouble. The mama repeatedly said that she didn't dare and turned back to Rongla Hall. In Rong Lu Tang, Old Madam Yi narrowed her turbid eyes and looked at her two granddaughters who came in side by side. Yi Ying was doted on since she was young. Not only was she intelligent and gentle, but she was also a national beauty. Whether it was Old Madam Yi or Minister Yi, They all had high hopes for her. If Yi Yu had not entered the palace as Zhao Yi, Ying would have entered the palace as well. Now that she could marry the emperor's younger brother, Princely, as the princess, it would naturally make the Yi family even more powerful. Yi Li was originally the most honorable daughter of the first wife of the Yi family. Old Madam Yi always had a small knot in her heart with the original Su. Ever since Su passed away, she did not pay much attention to this granddaughter. Now that she looked at her carefully, she found that she was not worse than Yi Ying. She even had the magnanimity and calmness of a scholarly family. Old Madam Yi knew that this was inherited from her mother, who came from the century-old Su family. This was also the reason why Old Madam Yi did not like Yi Li and Su. Grandmother, Yi Li and Yi Ying greeted her in unison. Old Madam Yi asked the two of them to sit beside her with a loving expression. She asked gently, "It will be the 100-Flower Festival in a few days. Has your mother prepared everything for you?" Ying lowered her head with a sad expression. Granddaughter did not receive the 100-flower invitation. What mother prepared is not needed. Yi Li raised her eyebrows and asked confusedly, "Grandmother, what do we need to prepare for the 100-Flower Festival?" Hearing this, Old Madam Ye's eyes flashed. She looked thoughtfully at Yi Li's expression. "It's nothing. A girl should always dress up beautifully before going out. Later, let your mother make some new clothes and accessories for you." Yi Li calmly allowed her to look at her. Wang did not prepare anything for her. She did not even mention it. It could be foreseen that if she wore her usual clothes on the day of the 100-Flower Festival, she would definitely be laughed at and embarrassed. "Thank you, grandmother, for your advice. Lear understands." Yi Li showed a trace of joy. It was appropriate to show a girl's love and joy for new clothes and accessories. Old Madam Yi nodded and did not say anything else. It was not that she did not know how Wang Shi treated Yi Li in private. However, as long as it did not affect the Yi family's reputation in front of outsiders, she did not want to care too much about it. Yi Ying smiled apologetically at Yi Li and said, "Mother has already prepared third sister's clothes and accessories. It was just that came back yesterday and forgot to send them to third sister. Is that so? The 100-Flower Festival is still a few days away. There is no need to rush." Yi Li smiled faintly. Finally, the topic was brought to Yi Rong. At the mention of Yi Rong, the smile on Old Madam Ye's face faded. She looked at the two of them sternly and said, "Rong is still young. If there's anything wrong with her, you two should teach her well as her elder sister. Today, your father gave him a beating in front of outsiders. How could a child like him take it?" Ying frowned and said with a pained expression, "Grandmother is right. It's all Ing's fault for not teaching younger brother well. However, Rong also learned his lesson today. When Inger came out, he was still complaining about the pain. In the future, he will definitely not offend third sister. Please don't blame him anymore. Didn't you say that he didn't take much beating? Why does it still hurt? Did you call a doctor?" Hearing that her only grandson was not well, Old Madam Yi became anxious. She looked at Yi Li with increasingly cold eyes. Ying quickly comforted her, "Grandmother, don't worry. Mother has already asked a doctor to take a look. He just needs to lie in bed for a few days. I'm afraid that it will delay his studies for a while." Old Madam Yi frowned and glared at Yi Li with some annoyance. She said, "You are also his elder sister. Why can't you give in to Rong? Will you be happy if his studies are delayed because of you having his body?" Yi Li sneered in her heart, but her expression did not change. She said indifferently, "Grandmother is right. Lear will definitely teach Rong well in the future. It's time for him to be taught his temper. It's nothing to offend Lear today. As a family, Lear will naturally give in to him. What if he offends some noble one day?" Hearing this, Old Madam Ye's face became more and more ugly. Only when she thought of Yi Li's marriage did she suppress the anger in her heart. She waved her hand and dismissed her. Yi Li turned and left. She heard Yi Ying's sweet voice saying that her elder sister and Princely were there. Since Old Madam Yi did not listen to her, she did not care. She only hoped that Yi Jiaoyi and Princely in the palace could really help Yi Rong clean up the mess for a lifetime. Chapter 21. Sure enough, Wang Shi quickly sent over the clothes and jewelry that she had prepared for Yi Li Yili did not get angry when she saw the arrogant expressions of the nanny and maidservant who came to deliver the things. She just casually swept her eyes over the things on the table and looked at them with a smile that was not a smile. She casually ordered the maid-servant beside her, "Qing Xia, put away the things." Seeing Yili's casual and indifferent appearance, the maidservant holding the box of jewelry was dissatisfied. She raised her chin and looked at Yili. "Third young miss, this is something that our madam specially prepared for you." Yili blinked her clear and indifferent eyes and looked at her with a smile. Her tone was gentle as she said, "I know. Is there anything else?" The maidservant was stunned. She was Wang Shi's most favored maidservant. Who in the Fu was not polite to her? She didn't know what was wrong with the third young miss. Although she sounded very polite when speaking to her, it was especially grating when it entered her ears. Thinking of Wang Shi's orders, she gathered her courage and said, "Madam ordered that on the day of the 100-Flower Festival, third young miss must wear the clothes and jewelry madam made. Otherwise, people would think that the young miss of the minister's Fu does not have any new clothes." Must? Yili half leaned against the back of the chair, her right hand lazily supporting her chin. She looked indifferently at the arrogant maidservant in front of her. "You're called Cui Zhu?" Replying to third young miss, "This servant is Cui Zhu." For some reason, the maidservant called Cui Zhu suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Looking at the lazy but elegant young girl in front of her, she said with some unease, "Are you sure? Madam told you that I must wear these clothes?" Yili asked indifferently. Cui Zhu hesitated for a moment, but still firmly replied, "Yes. This is something madam specially prepared for third young miss." "Does third young miss want to go against madam's painstaking efforts?" Yili looked at the pretty but arrogant maidservant in front of her and suddenly smiled. She reached out her slender fingers and picked up a piece of cloth from the box on the table. She casually said, "This kind of goods, will it be better than wearing old clothes?" The clothes in the brocade box were indeed new clothes, and they were made of expensive cloud brocade. However, with the magnificent colors and rigid style, if she really wore it, others would think that she wasn't going to attend a gathering of noble maidens in the capital, but that she couldn't wait to get married. Did Wang Shi really think that she didn't know anything just because she didn't attend gatherings all these years? This kind of bright red color and complicated intertwining patterns would only make Zhao Yung, eldest princess, who was hosting the banquet, unhappy. It would also make the noble ladies of the capital look down on her. "Third miss, you, how dare you?" Cui Zhu's eyes widened. She didn't expect the silent third miss to say such bold words. The people who came with her also looked shocked and dissatisfied. "Since it was specially prepared by madam, you can take these back to fourth sister." She told her to use these if she could go, so as not to waste the madam's good intentions. "As for me, I think the madam doesn't know what I like, so you don't need to worry about it," Yili said indifferently as she put the clothes back into the box. Cui Zhu's face flashed a trace of anger. She reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, "The madam has already prepared it for fourth Mississippi. This is for third Mississippi." Qing Shuang, who was standing behind Yili, laughed and said, "Miss, since the madam has prepared it, it's not good for you to refuse. If you don't like it, it's better to give it to this servant." Yili looked back at Qing Shuang and nodded with a smile. "Have I treated you badly? Fine, you guys can pick whatever you like." Qing Shuang didn't refuse. She went forward and picked out a pair of gold-plated gem earrings. "This servant thanks miss for the reward." The other maidservants were not as bold as Qing Shuang. Looking at the gem earrings in Qing Shuang's hand, they showed envy and hesitation. Cui Zhu didn't expect that the third miss would dare to give the things prepared by the madam to a maidservant in front of her. Her face became ugly. At the same time, she was jealous that Qing Shuang had such a generous master like the third Mississippi. Even though she was the madam's most favored maidservant, the madam had never given her such precious jewelry. Qing Shuang looked at the maidservant's expressions. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Elder sister Qing Xia, why don't you pick one of the gifts? If you don't pick one, you and the others will feel embarrassed." Qing Xia quickly looked at Yili and saw that she didn't seem to be angry. Instead, she looked at Qing Shuang with a hint of indulgence. She went forward and picked a gold hairpin to thank Yili for the reward. The maidservants saw that Qingxia had picked one, so they also went forward and picked one or two things they liked. Their faces were full of joy. It had to be known that young maidservants like them didn't have the opportunity to receive rewards from their mistress like the older maidservants by their mistress's side. Although the young miss didn't like such exquisite and precious ornaments, it was still a decent thing to have one as a dowry when she married someone in the future. Third miss, you gave the maidservant the things Madam prepared for you. Do you want Madam to prepare another set for you? Each young miss only has one set. Third miss, if you do this, won't Madam be embarrassed? Cui Zhu said with an ugly face. Yili got up and said, Madam gave it to me, so it's mine. Since each sister only has one set, I naturally won't be an exception. Or, do you still want me or fourth sister to wear such a dress? Looking at her with interest, Yili deliberately emphasized the word dress. I don't dare. It's good that you don't dare. Go back and thank Madam for me. Young miss, Madam is here. The temporary embroidery maid who changed her name to Jing when reported outside the door. Before Yili could say anything, Wang Shi had already brought her people into the room. But the smile on her face froze when she saw the things on the table and in the hands of the maidservants. Li don't you like the things Mother prepared for you? I've troubled Madam, but Aunt sent a set to Li 2 days ago. Li didn't want to waste Madam's kindness, so I gave it to Qing Shuang and the others. I think they will be grateful to Madam, Yili said casually, but her eyes fell on the several mamas and maidservants who came in with Wang Shi. Obviously, these people weren't from the Yi family. Qing Shuang brought the maidservants and thanked Madam. Wang Shi squeezed out a smile and said to Yili, Li is so kind. These are the mamas in charge of the Ding Palace. Li please meet them. Without waiting for Yili to go forward, the mamas in charge came forward with a serious face and bowed to Yili. This old servant greets 3rd Mississippi. This old servant is the mamas in charge of the prince's affairs. My husband's surname is Sunday. Under the order of the prince, I've sent some things to 3rd Mississippi. Please accept it. The mama stretched out her hand, and 2 mamas and 2 maidservants came forward with the brocade box to greet Yili. Greetings to 3rd Mississippi. Qing Shuang and Qing Xia quickly went forward to help Sun Mamas up. Yili smiled and nodded, as if she didn't see Sun Mamas' obscure gaze. She smiled and said, I've troubled Sun Mamas. Please thank the prince for me. Chapter 22. Nanny Sun's shrewd old eyes glanced at the things on the table. She also saw Wang Shi's expression. A trace of satisfaction flashed in her eyes, and a smile appeared on her serious face. She bowed to Yili and said, In that case, I will leave first. Yili nodded and said to Qing Shuang, send Nanny Sun out for me. Qing Shuang responded. Yun and the other maidservants came forward to take the things. Qing Shuang personally led Nanny Sun and the others out. Ding Palace, I know. You can leave. In the quiet and somewhat lonely water pavilion, the man in cyan looked at the lake outside the window and said indifferently. A trace of helplessness flashed across Nanny Sun's face because of her seriousness and harshness. She looked at the lonely figure in front of her and wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she did not say anything and left sadly. It seems that Nanny Sun has a good impression of 3rd Miss Yi. It is not easy to make Nanny Sun speak for her. On the other side, Feng Zhiyao was still wearing flamboyant and gorgeous clothes. He smiled lazily at his close friend in front of him. Imo Xiaoyao turned to look at him. His eyes were calm and gentle. So what? So what? Feng Zhiyao sat up and stared at him. Even his lazy voice rose a lot. Yao, 3rd Miss Yi is your future wife. She will spend the rest of her life with you. Are you really not going to see her? If she is really as good as you say, do you think I will marry her smoothly? Don't forget that she has the Su family behind her. Imo Xiaoyao said calmly. What do you mean? Feng Zhiyao frowned. Could it be that he was up to something? Imo Xiaoyao looked down and quietly looked at the hand on the wheelchair armrest. On the day Prince Li's mansion sent the betrothal gifts, old concubine Xianzhao specially summoned Yi Li. Feng Zhiyao curled his lips disdainfully. Will Imo Jingli regret it? So what if he regretted it? Does he really think that the Ding royal residence and the Su family are playthings that he can manipulate at will? Mo Xiaoyao's deep and gentle eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Mo Jingli was the one who broke off the engagement first. Back then, there was a reason why the late emperor betrothed Yi Li to Mo Jingli. When Yi Li was born, Yi Wenhua was just a nobleman of the third rank. How could the late emperor choose such a poor concubine for his favorite prince? Naturally, it was for Yi Li's grandfather, the Su family. It was a pity that the Su family had gradually withdrawn from the imperial court over the years, causing most people in and out of the imperial palace to forget how influential the Su family was. If that's the case, why would the emperor only give third young Miss Yi to you? If third young Mistress Yi is really a woman without talent, appearance, or virtue, and has had her marriage annulled, why wouldn't the emperor only give her to me? Mo Xiaoyao asked indifferently. Feng Zhiyao shrugged indifferently. In any case, the brains of the imperial family's people weren't normal. Then do you want to go to Peony Park or not? Do you want to see your fiancé? Mo Xiaoyao turned his head and looked at the lake silently. Feng Zhiyao saw this and secretly nodded his head. Ever since that incident, Ayao had become more and more awkward. Yi Li felt a headache as she looked at the table full of things in front of her. The large table was divided into two sides, with a set of clothes and corresponding accessories on each side. On the left side was a set of clothes with a white background and blue flowers. On the snow-like clothes, there were light blue butterflies dancing. The sunlight outside the window shone on the clothes, making people vaguely see butterflies flapping their wings. Jing and Tian'er carefully held the clothes. Tian'er, who was the youngest, said in surprise, "The butterflies aren't embroidered. It's so beautiful." Qing Xia smiled and said, "This is Keisai silk. It's very expensive. Generally, Keisai silk is extremely gorgeous. Something as simple and elegant as young mistresses is actually even rarer. Also, this silk thread seems to be very unusual." The clothes were as light as a feather in her hands, but they didn't look flimsy at all. Obviously, they weren't made of ordinary material. Qing Shuang looked curiously to the left and then to the right. She tilted her head and looked at Yi Li. "The clothes from Aunt and Prince are very beautiful. Which one would young mistress like to wear?" Yi Li looked at the snow-blue butterfly silk dress her aunt had sent over, then her eyes fell on the brocade box on the right. The box was light blue cloud satin embroidered with a subtle but delicate silver peony pattern. The sleeves and hem of the dress were faintly outlined with an elegant cloud pattern. It was simple and low-key, but at a glance, it made people feel incomparable elegance and comfort. "I'll take this one. Help me keep the one that aunt sent. I'll wear this on Uncle's birthday next month." Yi Li quickly made a decision. It was necessary to spend some effort on the clothes, but it wasn't necessary to waste too much time. The maidservants hurriedly and carefully put away the white with a blue butterfly dress. They then took out the set of clothes sent by the Ding King's Fu and helped Yi Li change. After a moment, Yi Li walked out from behind the screen amidst the maidservants' exclamations. The light blue color was suitable for Yi Li's quiet and elegant temperament, and the delicate silver thread pattern on it made the simple style of the dress not appear monotonous. A kind of low-key luxury, Yi Li lightly praised in her heart. Even though the Ding King's Fu was not as good as before, the gifts sent out were still extraordinary. "This is the cloud water satin?" Jingwan, who had been standing at the side, exclaimed. Qing Xia's expression was also a little shocked. The Mandarin duck brocade, cloud water satin, and hibiscus muslin were known as the three treasures of Nanzhao. They were one of the most precious specialties of Nanzhao, and they were not items that were used for trade between the two countries. They were only given as gifts between the two countries every year. As the head of the three treasures, the cloud water satin would not exceed 10 bolts even in the palace every year. Yi Li smiled and glanced at Jingwen. "You have good eyesight." Jingwen's expression changed slightly, and she forced a smile. "This servant has seen it once at 4th Young Miss Place. It was given to 4th Young Miss by Zhao Yang." She had indeed seen it at 4th Young Miss Place. However, it was not a piece of clothing, but a piece of silk. Although the cloud water satin was called satin, it was different from the luxurious and heavy satin of ordinary satin. Instead, it was soft and elegant. If one didn't look at the hidden gorgeous pattern closely, one wouldn't be able to tell that it was cloud water satin. Fourth young miss was given a cloud water satin by Yi Jiaoyi last year. However, it was not enough to make clothes. Ying was also reluctant to part with it and had people carefully put it away. Ever since that day, Jingwen acted on her own initiative and introduced the past into Qing Yixin without any notice. Although Yili did not say anything, Jingwen had been very careful for fear that third young miss would find an excuse to punish her. But she didn't expect that this moment of surprise would attract Yili's attention. Yili nodded and no longer paid attention to the somewhat nervous Jingwen. She turned and sat in front of the bronze mirror. Qing Xia and Qing Shuang held the ornaments sent by the Ding King's Fu and chose suitable ones to do her hair. Jingwen stood quietly in a corner and looked at the servants who were busy in an orderly manner. She was somewhat embarrassed and unwilling. Her gaze fell on the ornament box that was casually placed on the table. She quickly lowered her head and didn't dare to look again. However, she didn't know that Yili was sitting in front of the bronze mirror and saw her unconcealed expression. Chapter 23. Qing Shuang deftly inserted the last jade hairpin into her hair and smiled with satisfaction. "Miss, you will make all the noble ladies in the capital pale in comparison today. What nonsense are you talking about? If others hear you, they will laugh themselves to death." Yili glanced at the confident Qing Shuang and scolded her softly. Qing Shuang winked playfully and smiled. In Qing Shuang's eyes, Miss is the most beautiful woman in the world. It doesn't matter if she is beautiful or not, as long as she is passable. When everything was ready, Yili stood up and said, "Let's go, don't be late." Qing Shuang and Qing Xia quickly followed behind Yili. Qing Shuang did not forget to mutter, "I wonder if Prince Ding will come to the 100-Flower Festival." Qing Xia glanced at Yili, who was walking in front, and whispered, "The 100-Flower Festival is a gathering of the noble ladies in the capital. Although some famous people are invited every year, Prince Ding has never attended." At the entrance of the Yi residence, before Yili could even step out of the door, she saw Ying walking over leisurely under the escort of her maidservants. Behind her were Yi Lin and Yi Shan, who had joyful expressions on their faces. It seemed that the issue of the invitation to the 100-Flower Festival had been resolved. Yili was not familiar with these two sisters, so even if they occasionally tried to make things difficult for her to please Wang Shi, she did not want to argue with them as long as they did not really offend her. After all, she had never fulfilled her responsibility as an elder sister. Naturally, she could not count on them to treat her as a younger sister. When they saw Yili, Yi Lin and Yi Shan reluctantly went forward to greet her. "Hello, third sister." Yili nodded. "Fourth sister, fifth sister, sixth sister." Yi Ying was wearing a snow-white wide-sleeved gown, dotted with pink cherry blossom petals. Her black hair was tied up in a simple bun, and there was a golden butterfly booyao in her hair. When she moved, the delicate butterfly wings trembled slightly. It was very lifelike. Yi Ying was undoubtedly a young girl who was very good at dressing herself up. In fact, the Yi family sisters were not bad-looking, but Yi Lin and Yi Shan, who were also dressed up well, became a foil in front of Yi Ying. Looking at the pink cherry blossom makeup between her eyebrows, it made her seem as if she was an immortal. She really lived up to her reputation as the #1 beauty in the capital. While Yili was sizing up Yi Ying was also sizing up her third sister, whom she and her mother disliked. Yili had never attended any gatherings in the capital and did not seem to be good at dressing up. Yi Ying originally did not pay much attention to her. However, when she saw Yili in a light green dress from afar, it confirmed her thoughts. Although Yili didn't wear the clothes sent by her mother, it didn't mean that she could take care of herself better. However, when she walked closer, Ying discovered that Yili's outfit was not as inconspicuous as she thought. The light green dress looked simple and unadorned, but under the sunlight, there was a faint flow of magnificent dark patterns and the silver-embroidered peony pattern, which made the young girl in front of her give off a reserved and elegant noble aura. Also, the 2 jade magnolia hairpins in her hair were this month's new products from Fenghua Lu. She had long taken a fancy to it, but her mother never agreed to buy it. She didn't expect to see it in Yili's clothes. Looking at Yili's low-key yet elegant, simple yet noble outfit, Ying, who was originally faintly proud of her own makeup, couldn't wait to turn around and tear this dress up. Thinking about 2 days ago when she heard that the Ding Palace sent someone to send something to Yili, Ying felt even more depressed. Ever since she got engaged with Li Wang had never sent her anything. Since everyone is here, let's set off. It's not good to be late. Yili retracted her gaze and said to her 3 younger sisters. There were already 3 carriages parked outside the door. The one in front was Yi Li's, followed by Yi Ying's. Yi Shan and Yi Lin, who were concubines' daughters, could only share one carriage. The youngest, Yi Shan, looked at the red sandalwood carriage and the pearwood carriage with light muslin curtains that belonged to Yi Ying. Then, she looked at the carriage that she and Yi Shan shared and pouted her lips. Looking at Yi Ying and Yi Li who boarded the carriage, Yi Shan rolled her eyes and ran towards Yi Li. Third sister, can Shan sit with you? Yi Li, who had already boarded the carriage, regained her senses and looked at Yi Shan who had a naive and eager face. She nodded indifferently. Come on up. Yi Shan hurriedly stepped on the brocade stool and boarded the carriage happily. Yi Ying, who was behind them, obviously heard their conversation. She lifted a corner of the muslin curtain slightly and smiled at Yi Lin who was still standing at the side. Since that's the case, fifth sister, you can sit with me. It'll save me from being bored. Yi Lin hurriedly thanked Yi Ying gratefully and boarded Yi Ying's carriage. The carriage moved slowly and steadily towards Peony Park. Yi Li sat in the carriage and looked at the obvious annoyance on Yi Shan's face that could not be concealed. She found it funny. She must be regretting her actions just now because she might have angered Yi Ying. Girls in this era thought too much. Yi Shan would only turn 13 in a few months. Thinking back to her previous life, when she was 12 years old, she was forced to memorize countless military books. In reality, she was still a little kid who did not know anything. It was good enough that she could occasionally play petty tricks with her grandfather or cousins. How could she think of these scheming thoughts? This was just a strategy for their survival, so Yi Li did not want to deliberately make things difficult for this girl who was upset. Being too competitive is not a good thing. Yi Li handed the book to Qing Shuang and looked at Yi Shan with interest. Yi Shan's expression kept changing. She was still young and could not hide her emotions and thoughts most of the time. You. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not. Yi Shan's tender face was flushed. She bit her lip and glared at Yi Li. Is there a big difference between sitting in my carriage and sitting in your own carriage? Yi Li asked indifferently. Yi Shan glared at her fiercely. Her eyes were filled with resentment, but they quickly turned into depression. Yes, even if you are not favored, you are still the legitimate daughter. Even if Prince Li broke off the engagement, you can still marry Prince Ding and be his legitimate wife. No matter how smart I am, no matter how much father and grandmother like me, I will always be a concubine's daughter. In the future, if I don't marry someone else, I will marry a concubine's son and be his wife. Yi Li looked speechlessly at the angry girl in front of her. She was already thinking about these things at the age of 12. Even after so many years, she was still not used to it. Moreover, this girl's words were not pleasant to hear. It's not a good habit to hurt people with your words. Yi Li was too lazy to argue with her. It was only when they were about to reach their destination that she muttered to herself, if one's identity can't be changed, then it's better to live a better life than to ask for things that you can't achieve. Yi Shan was stunned. It took her a while to react. She glared at Yi Li angrily and said, Are you warning me not to dream of good things? Yi Li felt choked. After a while, she said, I'm saying that you are still young. You can think about it slowly. Also, it seems that we should get off the carriage. Chapter 24. Yi Li shrugged her shoulders in amusement when she saw Yi Shan rushing to get off the carriage with a sullen face. Qing Shuang said with a gloomy face, Miss, why do you care about sixth miss? She always makes fun of you. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Yi Li patted her hand and lifted the curtain. She smiled and said, She's still a child. Everyone has their own means of survival. As long as she doesn't really harm me, why would I care about a child? Peony Park was the largest peony viewing spot in the capital city and even the entire Dechu state. Every year, People from all over the country and even other countries would travel thousands of miles just to enjoy the beauty of peonies. April was the season of peonies. One could smell the faint fragrance of flowers in the air from afar. The minister's mansion had become famous in the capital city recently. One daughter was conferred the title of Jiaoyi and was pregnant with the emperor's child. Two daughters were the future Princess Li and Princess Ding. So when the carriage arrived at the gate, it attracted a lot of attention. While people were admiring the beauty of the most beautiful woman in the capital city, they were more sympathetic. They looked at the carriage in front of them. So when Yishan came out of the carriage, the people who pretended to be watching inadvertently were stunned. When they came back to their senses, they saw a pretty girl dressed as a maid coming out of the carriage. Then, they lifted the curtain and saw a quiet girl with a beautiful face coming out of the carriage. Was this the future Princess Ding? They didn't know whether to be surprised or disappointed. This third Missy was obviously not as ugly and clumsy as they had imagined. Her calm and elegant demeanor showed that she had received a very good upbringing. This made people think of the third Miss Ye's maternal ancestors, the century-old Su family that was passed down through generations of scholars. Looking at fourth Miss Yi, who was as delicate and helpless as a fairy, it was obvious that third Miss Yi was more suitable to be the mistress of the family because she was beautiful, graceful, and dignified. Maybe it was because of jealousy of Ying. Many of the girls present had a trace of doubt about the taste of Prince Li, whom they admired. At the same time, they were a little more sure of themselves. Sure enough, the peony park was filled with blooming flowers and colorful butterflies, and the young girls who were reluctant to part with it added a bit of brilliance to this beauty. The young girls were walking in groups of twos and threes with their close friends. They were laughing and talking in low voices. It was a scene of prosperity and peace. When Yili and her group arrived at the venue in the center of Peony Park, many people had already arrived. Some of the girls were playing the zither, some were playing chess, some were painting, and some were writing poems. The maids of the princess residence shuttled back and forth, perfectly serving these noble ladies. As soon as Ying approached, someone immediately greeted her. A few girls of the same age came up to greet her. Obviously, they had a good relationship with Ying. The others also smiled and welcomed Ying. You're finally here. We haven't seen each other for a long time, ever since you got engaged to His Highness King Li. A young girl dressed in colorful clothes happily pulled Ying's arm and smiled. Ying smiled, her beautiful face blushing. Mother asked me to stay at home. I miss everyone too. After everyone was busy congratulating Ying, the young girl dressed in colorful clothes asked, This is third Miss Yi? I am Yi Li. Greetings, ladies. Yi Li smiled. The young girls exchanged glances. They only felt that third Miss Yi was not as bad as the rumors said. Moreover, she was the future princess consort of Dinghua, the true legitimate daughter of the minister's residence, and the granddaughter of Old Master Su. Soon, someone expressed goodwill to Yi Li. Hello, Miss Yi. I am Imperial Censor Qin's second daughter, Qin Zheng. I am Morong Ting, the daughter of General Yang Wei. Humph. I was wondering who it was. So it's third Miss Yi, whose engagement was broken off by brother Jingli. In the peaceful atmosphere, there were always one or two discordant voices. Everyone turned around and saw a young girl with gorgeous makeup walking over, surrounded by a crowd. Yi Li thought for a moment and understood the identity of the young girl in front of her. She was the daughter of the current emperor's cousin, Princess Zhaoren, and Princess Zhaoyang's niece, Princess Ronghua. Although Yi Li was not familiar with the noble ladies in the capital, her uncle had asked her aunt to send her information about all the noble families in the capital. Among them, there were a few that needed special attention. This Princess Ronghua happened to be one of them. Princess Ronghua is impatient. Be careful, Miss Yi. Suddenly, someone beside Yi Li whispered. Yi Li looked up and saw Imperial Censor Qin's daughter, Qin Zheng, smiling kindly at her. Yi Li nodded gratefully. Qin Zheng also smiled back. Greetings, Princess. Everyone present quickly went forward to greet Princess Ronghua. Princess Ronghua snorted and walked to Yi Li. She stared at her for a long time and then said proudly, You are Yi Li? Yi Li nodded. Yes, Princess. She didn't know why, but Yi Li was keenly aware of Princess Ronghua's hostility towards her. Yi Li had never seen Princess Ronghua before, so she couldn't understand where this princess's hostility came from. Humph, I heard that you knew you were ugly and didn't dare to come out. How come you couldn't wait to run out after being abandoned by Brother Jingli? Don't you feel embarrassed? Princess Rongwa's exquisite makeup was full of disdain. When the noble ladies standing by heard her words, they also whispered. Yili's eyes flashed with a faint coldness, but her eyes didn't avoid the noble and arrogant young girl in front of her. Even if Yili had always boasted of being calm, she couldn't help but admit that this girl was really too unlikable. Princess, thank you for your concern. Yili has been out for so long and hasn't scared anyone. Perhaps I underestimated myself too much in the past. Yili's tone was soft, but there was no weakness or avoidance. As for His Highness Prince Li, Yili is indeed not good enough for him. His Majesty is really wise to choose someone else for His Highness Prince Li. Princess Rongwa didn't expect Yili to say such things. She was stunned and said disdainfully, "It's good that you know yourself." Ying quickly came forward and smiled apologetically. Rongwa, sister has never attended a gathering in the capital. If I have offended you, please don't blame me. Ying obviously wanted to be a good sister who helped her sister out in front of everyone. But Princess Rongwa didn't want to give her face. She waved Ying's hand away and glanced at Ying with disgust. She is a good-for-nothing, and you are even worse. Whether I blame you or not, is it up to you? Ying's perfect smile suddenly froze on her face, and her hand froze as if she forgot to take it back. Ronghua, you! Princess Ronghua raised her chin proudly and looked at Ying with disgust. How dare you call me by my name? Looking at the obvious anger, disgust, and jealousy in Princess Ronghua's eyes when she stared at Ying, Yili had a little idea. If Princess Ronghua was rude to her, then she was blatantly rejecting and humiliating Ying. It must have something to do with His Highness Prince Li, who was famous in the capital. Yili shook her head in her heart. Although she didn't have any feelings for this sister, she didn't think Prince Li and Princess Ronghua would be a good match. There was no benefit in marrying close relatives. Chapter 25. Ying looked at Commandery Princess Ronghua with grievance. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Yili stepped forward and held her hand. She looked back at Commandery Princess Ronghua and said, I heard that you have a good relationship with my sister. My sister offended you just now. As her elder sister, I was negligent in teaching her. Please forgive her. Commandery Princess Ronghua raised her eyebrows. Aren't you afraid that I will punish you? Or do you want to humiliate yourself like Ying? Yili smiled. Commandery Princess, you are graceful and magnanimous. You won't be angry over such a trivial matter. When I go back, Yili will tell my father and mother. Then I will go to the princess's mansion to ask for forgiveness. So don't make trouble now. Commandery Princess Ronghua stared at Yili for a long time and said thoughtfully, You are better than Ying. Brother Jingli doesn't have good taste. Obviously feeling Ying's stiff wrist, Yili couldn't help but feel speechless. Commandery Princess Ronghua, will you die if you don't provoke me? Commandery Princess, you are flattering me. Prince Li's taste and reputation have always been praised. Finally, Commandery Princess Ronghua snorted heavily and left with a large group of people. She left behind a sympathetic and worried look. It was not a good thing to offend this spoiled princess. For sister, are you okay? Seeing Commandery Princess Ronghua go away, Yi Shan and Yi Lin hurried to ask with concern. Several other girls who had a good relationship with Ying also surrounded Ying. Ying had offended the princess's mansion and Commandery Princess Ronghua. Don't forget that she was the future Princess Li. Prince Li was deeply favored by the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. Princess Li's status was much higher than Commandery Princess Ronghua's. Commandery Princess Ronghua has a bad temper. Don't mind her. A soft and elegant voice whispered to Yili. Yili raised her head and looked at the scholarly lady in front of her. She smiled calmly and said, I'm fine. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Qin. Qin Zheng also smiled generously and said, You're welcome. My mother and Madame Su are good friends. Madame Su often mentions you. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, but unfortunately, you rarely attend gatherings, so I never got the chance to meet you. Yili remembered that Miss Qin's father, Imperial Censor Qin, seemed to be a disciple of her maternal grandfather, Sir Qingyun. Most importantly, Qin Zhang and her second cousin, Su Qingze, seemed to be engaged before they were born. No wonder cousin said that second cousin was going to stay in the capital for a long time. Second cousin was already 19 years old, so it was time for him to get married. Thinking of this, Yi Li's smile became more sincere. Just call me by my name. I didn't like to go out in the past. Fortunately, I didn't miss out on a good friend like you. But we'll get to know each other better in the future, right? Qin Zhang clearly understood what she was referring to. She blushed and glared at her. I'm half a year older than you. You can call me sister. Let me introduce you to a few good friends. Thus, Yi Li and Yi Ying were pulled to two sides. Qin Zhang introduced Yi Li to her good friends. Unsurprisingly, these girls had taken the initiative to greet Yi Li. After discovering that Yi Li was not as bad as the rumors said, and was instead an elegant and well-spoken young lady, everyone happily accepted this new friend. Sitting together with her new friends, Yi Li began to talk about some interesting things that happened in the boudoir in the capital. She realized that these girls were not as boring as she originally thought. Indeed, the young ladies carefully nurtured by the aristocratic families would most likely become the matriarchs of these aristocratic families in the future. Naturally, they were all intelligent women with both talent and ability, and not those love-struck women who lived or died for love as written in the storybooks. Missy, it's better if you stay away from your younger sister. Morong Ting had obviously inherited her father's forthright personality. She glanced at Yi Ying, who was practicing with someone not far away, and said, "Don't worry." Yi Li raised her eyebrows and said, "What do you mean?" Morong Ting waved her hand and said, "Yi Ying's reputation is not very good right now. I heard that Zhaoyang royal princess did not want to send an invitation to her at all. Who knows how she persuaded the virtuous Zhaoyang royal princess to personally speak on her behalf. Zhaoyang royal princess is an upright person and hates those who do not follow the rules. If you get too close to her, Zhaoyang royal princess might take her anger out on you." Yi Li knew that Yi Ying's reputation was not very good now, but she was still a little surprised that it was bad to this extent. She thought that the requirements for women in this era were not as strict as in the ancient times of her previous life. If it was a normal betrothal, it would be fine. Even if someone was jealous, it would not be good to say anything. Another young lady from Duke Hua's mansion frowned and said, "She's already intimate with her future brother-in-law before she's even married. How can a sister like that stand?" Previously, Princess Ronghua and Ying had the best relationship, but after the betrothal, Princess Ronghua and Ying fell out. Morong Ting said disdainfully, "I heard that Prince Li and Ying met mostly because of Princess Ronghua." Princess Ronghua probably felt that she was being used by Yi Ying. Qin Zheng frowned and said, "All right, why are you saying this in front of Li Er?" The two then remembered that Yi Li was the most direct victim of this matter. Princess Consort Li, who was envied by all the noble ladies in the capital, had now become Princess Consort Ding, who was pitied by everyone. They could not help but look apologetically at Yi Li, not knowing how to apologize for a moment. Yi Li covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "It's not a big deal. I'm just saying it. You don't have to be so worried." Qin Zhang looked at her worriedly and said, "Li are you?" Yi Li waved her hand and said, "It's difficult to follow imperial orders. Since it's already like this, of course we have to accept reality. Isn't it useless to mourn and blame ourselves?" Besides, Prince Ding was an extremely outstanding person before the incident. I haven't heard of him having a bad temper all these years. He shouldn't be hard to get along with. The originally heavy topic was said by Yi Li with an indifferent attitude, and it instantly became much more relaxed. The four of them chatted for a while before the maids of the Princess Fu came to invite the young misses to the banquet. The four of them then stood up and left together. After everyone left, the noisy garden became much quieter. Only the laughter of the young girls could be heard in the distance. A blue figure came out from behind the rockery. The thin figure was sitting in a wheelchair as he looked in the direction the young girls had left. A deep look flashed in his gentle and cold eyes. "The bright sun, eldest princess, has arrived." On the lush grass of the peony garden, there were all kinds of delicacies and fresh fruits placed on the neatly arranged tables. The young misses in bright and beautiful clothes were sitting in order as they softly chatted. Hearing the arrival of the eldest princess, they quickly stood up and bowed, greetings to the eldest princess. The bright sun eldest princess was wearing an elegant palace dress. Although she was close to 40 years old, her slightly cold face was still well maintained. A pair of beautiful eyebrows were slightly raised. Obviously, the temper of the eldest princess was not a gentle person. Princess Ronghua obediently followed the eldest princess, which was completely different from the domineering appearance she had seen in the courtyard before. Walking with her was a beautiful young girl in brocade clothes, who curiously looked at the young misses around with a smile. However, Yili couldn't guess the identity of this young girl even after searching through her memory, so she simply didn't think about it. Chapter 26. No need for formalities, please sit down. Everyone stood up and thanked her again, then sat down. Zhaoyang elder princess said, "Today's event is a gathering of the daughters of the capital. You don't have to be too restrained, just do whatever you want." Although elder princess said so, there were not many who dared to be casual. Princess Ronghua sat next to elder princess, holding her arm and acting like a spoiled child. Elder princess's cold face softened a little. Obviously, elder princess, who had no children, was very fond of this little niece. Who was the girl next to elder princess? She is so beautiful. The noble maidens looked curiously at the beautiful girl beside the eldest princess, whispering and exchanging their opinions with their good friends. Some of them even looked at Ying vaguely. Yi Ying's smile was a little forced. The girl sitting on the right side of Zhaoyang elder princess was obviously not inferior to Princess Ronghua, and her appearance was far better than Princess Ronghua. Ying claimed to be the most beautiful girl in the capital, but the girl in the brocade dress was delicate and bright. Unlike Yi Ying's delicate and slender appearance, she was more attractive. A beautiful woman would always notice a woman more beautiful than herself first. Haha, who is that girl? Yi Ying's title as the most beautiful girl in the capital is gone. Murong Ting covered her mouth with her sleeve and laughed. Hua Tianxiang looked at her and smiled. She is the niece of Zhaoyang princess's husband. Zhaoyang princess's husband. Isn't that? Qin Zheng was also a little surprised. She hesitated and said, "Which princess of Nanzhao Kingdom?" Zhaoyang elder princess's husband was a hostage from Nanzhao Kingdom to Dechu State. It was said that Zhaoyang elder princess and her husband loved each other and would only marry him. The late emperor had no choice but to marry his most beloved sister to a hostage. After the marriage, the husband and the princess were deeply in love with each other. Who knew that the husband would die of illness in less than 3 years? Elder princess swore in front of the late emperor that she would not remarry and would keep her chastity for the rest of her life. Hearing this, Yili also looked at Hua Tianxiang curiously. Hua Tianxiang was the daughter of the Duke of Hua and the niece of the Empress, so it was not surprising that she knew some things that others did not. Hua Tianxiang glanced at the eldest princess and the beautiful girl and shook her head. That's the youngest daughter of the current Nanzhao king, the #1 beauty of Nanzhao, Princess Xixia. I heard that Nanzhao produces beauties. This Princess Xixia is indeed extraordinary. Hua Tianxiang blinked and looked at Yili. She wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Yili raised her eyebrows and looked at her with a smile. "What can't you say?" Hua Tianxiang smiled. "Although this is the first time we've met, I think you're a wonderful person. There's no harm in telling you. This Princess Xixia, apparently, she'll be living in our Dechu state for a long time." Permanent residence? Murong Ting was no longer interested in watching the song and dance. She looked at Hua Tianxiang in confusion and said, "This Princess Xixia seems to be about the same age as us. If she were to stay for a long time, wouldn't that mean that Princess Xixia planned to marry into the Dechu state?" The marriage between the two countries was a major event. Why was there no news of it outside? Hua Tianxiang coughed softly. She covered her mouth and said in a low voice, "Princess Xixia came to the Dechu state by herself. Do you still remember that last year, His Highness Princely went to Nanzhao?" "You're saying?" Murong Ting was so shocked that she almost couldn't control her voice. Qin Zheng secretly pinched her to calm her down. Seeing that the people at the two tables couldn't help but look over, she quickly pretended to be dignified and calmly took a sip of the 100-flower fruit wine in front of her. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Murong Ting smiled apologetically at the other three. Hua Tianxiang and Qin Zheng obviously knew her personality very well, and they smiled without care. Murong Ting frowned. She looked at Yili and said, "Although I shouldn't say this, I still want to say it. Perhaps it really isn't a bad thing to discuss the marriage with Prince Li." Yili sipped the faint fruit wine in her cup and agreed with a smile. "You're right. Who do you think will be the judges of the 100 Flower Festival this year?" Hua Tianxiang asked. Yili only had a general idea of the process of the 100 Flower Festival. She only thought of it as a gathering for the capital's noble ladies to socialize. She shook her head indifferently. Hua Tianxiang angrily poked her with a finger. "This is your first time participating in the 100 Flower Festival. No matter what, you have to go on stage and show off your skills. Otherwise, those arrogant fellows will look down on you." Yili blinked her eyes and looked at the dancers on the stage. "You want me to go up and sing and dance? I'll scare people. I don't know how to dance." Moreover, she wasn't someone who wanted to show off. There weren't any celebrity talent shows these days. Qin Zheng explained softly, "Most noble ladies won't choose to sing and dance. However, the 4 arts, poetry, and songs all have to be competed. Every year, the top 3 winners will receive a very precious prize." "Prize? You're all participating?" Murong Ting said embarrassedly. "Other than me, Zhang and Tianxiang are both very strong. Last year, Zhang won first place in poetry, calligraphy, and painting. Last year, Tianxiang was first in chess and third in zither. Last year's first place was your 4th sister, the future Princess Consort Li. She was first in zither and dance, and 5th in poetry." Yili glanced at Yi Ying, who was sitting across a table and talking to someone. She smiled and said, "I know this, but I didn't know that Zhang and Miss Hua are both rare talented ladies." Hua Tianxiang waved her hand. "Madam Yu is the most talented lady in the capital. This year, Zhang and I won't be participating. We'll be depending on you." Yi Li was helpless. "I'm really not good at these things." Qin Zheng held her hand and smiled. "This year, Yi Ying will definitely participate. Li can't lose to her." Hua Tianxiang was also in high spirits. "That's right. Yi Li must avenge me. Last year, I worked so hard, but I lost to Yi Ying. So embarrassing." Murong Ting didn't forget to join in the fun. She looked at her eagerly. "In martial arts, I can take first place every year. Unfortunately, no one can compete with me. Li, you have to work hard." Yili didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these new people she met. She really wasn't good at these things. Although she had been taught by her mother since childhood, she knew some things. However, compared to those who had put in a lot of effort into training, he was nowhere near as good as them. Take Yi Ying's dance, for example. Although she didn't see it, it was said that there were 5 or 6 dance masters who were specially hired for Yi Ying. Every dance was specially choreographed, and Yi Ying had indeed put in a lot of effort in this aspect. As for her, ever since her mother passed away and she regained the memories of her previous life, her interest in these things had decreased by more than 10%. Moreover, Madame Wang wouldn't specially hire good masters to teach her. "This year, I'm afraid you have to participate even if you don't want to." Murong Ting ate the exquisite snacks on the table as she said, "The winner of the 100 Flower Festival has the right to choose anyone present to spar with. Believe me, if it weren't for the fact that you didn't go out all these years, I'm afraid the person who gets the most challenges every year would be you." In the past, she was Prince Li's fiancée. Now, she was the future Princess Ding. In the eyes of many people, Yili's life was so good that it made people jealous. They were probably waiting for her to make a fool of herself. Chapter 27. Hurry up and eat something. When it officially starts, you probably won't have a chance to eat anything today. Hua Tianxiang reminded. Yili speechlessly looked at the dishes in front of her. She felt like she had been dawdling for 2 hours, but the 100 Flower Festival still hadn't started. Although Yili felt it was very boring, since the 100 Flower Festival was the most important festival for the young ladies of the Dechu state, it naturally had its own unique highlights. When the banquet was over, the Sunshine eldest princess ordered people to bring up the prizes for the young ladies that won the 100 Flower Festival. Seeing the previously reserved and elegant young ladies all reveal looks of desire, Yili was a bit surprised and understood. Every single one of the girls present was from a prestigious family, and they had seen countless treasures since they were young. Treasures that could move them naturally wouldn't be ordinary. More importantly, winning these prizes would bring them fame. Whether it was in their boudoir or when they married into their in-laws' families, it would be enough for them to look down on their peers. When the prizes appeared on the eldest princess' left and right sides, the young ladies' hearts couldn't stop beating. The judges invited by the eldest princess this year were all very important people. Although she only recognized the cold-faced Prince Li, Imo Jingli, among the 6 men and 1 woman seated around the Princess Royal's table, she didn't know him. There was also the man in embroidered clothes with a coquettish smile that mysteriously smiled at her. Although it was only for a moment, Yili was certain that she didn't see it. That man had indeed smiled at her, and that smile wasn't just a normal polite smile. Who was the one wearing red clothes? Yili whispered into Qin Zheng's ear. Only one of the 7 people was wearing red clothes. Qin Zheng naturally knew who she was talking about. She covered her mouth and whispered, "That is the 3rd young master of the Feng family, Feng Xiao. It's said that his natural disposition is dissolute, and he was born of a concubine, so he isn't liked by the Feng family head. There were rumors 2 years ago that the Feng family head kicked him out of the Feng family. However, his zither skills are indeed the best in the capital." Seeing them whispering to each other, Mu Rongting also came over and said with a smile, "The eldest princess has really put in a lot of effort this year, actually inviting so many famous people." Hua Tianxiang looked at the front with a dignified expression, but she didn't stop talking. The prizes this year are also very generous. The Beauty Retaining Pearl, the Purple Phoenix Hairpin, and the Snow Melody Zither bestowed by the late emperor. If it weren't for the fact that my skills aren't as good as Yi Ying's, I would have given it a try. Hua Tianxiang admired the Snow Guqin in front of her with some regret. It was ranked 3rd among the 5 most famous zither in the world. It was a treasure that every zither lover dreamed of. Yili felt even more regretful. "I haven't touched a piano in years." The 4 of them looked at each other and shrugged helplessly, admiring the prizes and people on the stage. Qin Zheng continued to introduce the people present to Yili in a low voice. "Those on the stage, that old mister is the head of the Imperial College, old Darren Suzhia. He is also the teacher of the current emperor. If it weren't for the eldest princess, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to invite him." The other top scorers are the current assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Imo Jian, the heir of Marquis Muyang, Mu Yang, the eldest son of the northern general's estate, Lung Qingyu. Yili's gaze swept over the people Qin Zheng mentioned and memorized them one by one. Who is that woman? Although she never felt that Yi Ying's beauty was truly breathtaking, Yili had always admitted that Yi Ying was beautiful enough. But when she came out today, she found that Yi Ying's title as the most beautiful woman in the capital seemed to be shaky. Not to mention Princess Xixia from the Nanzhao Kingdom, Hua Tianxiang's appearance was enough to be compared with Yi Ying's. Qin Zheng was beautiful, but her graceful and elegant temperament from a scholarly family was not comparable to Yi Ying's lovely and moving temperament. There were also several women at the banquet who were extremely outstanding. If it was only these slight differences, how could Yi Ying have firmly held the title of the most beautiful woman in the capital for the past few years? Looking at the woman sitting on the stage, her beautiful face had a bit of charm. Even sitting between 2 men, she was still calm and composed. It was a charm that completely disagreed with the ladies of noble families. Qin Zheng's expression was a bit strange, and she paused for a moment before saying, "That is Miss Yaoji from Qingqing District. She's known for being a master of both the zither and dance. Compared to her, Yi Ying's dance is not worth watching at all. Also, she has a good relationship with Marquis Muyang's heir and young master Feng San." Qin Zheng said a bit awkwardly, but Yili understood the woman's identity. Seeing her sitting between Marquis Muyang's heir and young master Feng San with bright eyes and a natural smile, she only felt that this girl was a strange woman. While the 4 of them were talking and laughing, the eldest princess announced the official start of the 100 Flower Festival. Yili was originally a bit curious about how to compete in the zither, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, singing, and dancing events at the same time. But it was clear that everyone was very clear about the process of the competition. The tables with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones were placed at the edge of the venue, and the ladies who were interested in participating in calligraphy, painting, and poetry came forward. The maids brought up all kinds of musical instruments and stood at the two sides of the front of the venue, leaving the empty space in the center for the woman who would be praising the dance. Yili couldn't help but want to praise the organizer of the banquet. It was indeed a very humane setting. There were no hard and fast rules about which events each person had to perform. After all, not everyone was proficient in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It also avoided the possibility of many people making a fool of themselves. Beside Zhaoyang, eldest princess, Princess Xixia and Princess Ronghua stood up at the same time, but Princess Ronghua walked to the place with the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, while Princess Xixia walked to the center of the venue. Obviously, she planned to perform a dance. Ying walked to the place with the zither on the side. Her jade-like fingers lightly plucked, and a pleasant melody flowed out from her fingers. It seems that Princess Xixia is really going to compete with Ying. Ting smiled. Who in the capital didn't know that Ying was the best at dancing? This Princess Xixia chose to dance as soon as the competition started, clearly wanting to show off her strength to Ying. Hua Tianxiang admired Princess Xixia's graceful dance and praised, "The people of Nanzhao are good at singing and dancing, not to mention the number one beauty, Princess Xixia. It seems that today, Princess Xixia is going to outshine all the other beauties." Princess Xixia's dance was passionate and elegant. It didn't lack the unrestrained enthusiasm of a foreign nation, but it didn't lose the grace of the Dachu state. In comparison, Ying, who hadn't danced yet, seemed a bit inferior in terms of clothing. Ting also agreed, nodding and smiling. "I think that in terms of dancing, only Yaoji can beat Princess Xixia. In this dance, Ying is going to lose this year." Ying isn't an ordinary person either. Seeing Princess Xixia's strength, she can still be so calm. Qin Zhang reminded. Hua Tianxiang smiled. If she doesn't have this bit of skill, Ying won't have the face to come out. She's destined to lose the dance, so her zither skills naturally have to be steady no matter what. Yili frowned. "I'm afraid that Princess Xixia came prepared. Although she was no longer a sniper in this life, it didn't affect her eyesight." Yili didn't miss the sneer that flashed through Princess Xixia's eyes when she swept over Ying. Ting was speechless. "Don't tell me that this Princess Xixia's zither skills are better than Yi Ying's." Chapter 28. Hua Tianxiang shook her head and said, "If that's the case, Princess Xixia should play the guqin first before dancing. Dancing consumes a lot of energy. Playing the guqin after dancing will affect your performance. Listen to Yi Ying's guqin." The originally melodious and mellow sound of the zither suddenly changed direction, and the music became urgent and passionate. Princess Xixia's graceful figure moved even faster. In the center of the field, her clothes flew like a gust of wind, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Clearly, Ying had probably noticed this as well, or perhaps she had sensed that Princess Xixia's strength made her feel threatened. Everyone in the stands obviously noticed the change. Zhaoyang royal princess frowned, and her gaze on Yi Ying was somewhat cold. Yaoji, who was sitting elegantly and admiring Princess Xixia's dance, suddenly giggled. She turned her head and smiled at Imo Jingli, who had a serious expression. "Your Highness Li Wang, the future Li Wang Fei is indeed extraordinary. Yaoji admires you." Imo Jingli's face was cold. He didn't even look at Yaoji. He just frowned. In his eyes, Yaoji, who came from a dance troupe, was not worthy of speaking to him. Naturally, he didn't pay attention to Yaoji's words. Yaoji didn't care about his disregard. Her beautiful eyes moved, and she smiled sweetly. The number one beauty of the capital lives up to her reputation, but she lacks hospitality. Yaoji's voice wasn't loud, but Yi Ying was sitting at the place closest to the stands. Yaoji's words passed into Yi Ying's ears. Suzhia, the Imperial College's principal, who hadn't said anything, also snorted. If Ying didn't need to care about Yaoji's words, Suzhia's attitude made Yi Ying's heart tremble. Her smooth fingering paused. Although she quickly reacted, Feng Jiao, who was sitting next to Yaoji, gradually frowned. He smiled faintly and said, I originally thought that after a year, Li Wangfei's Guqin skills would have improved. I didn't expect. Yili naturally couldn't hear what the people in front were saying. Although Yili was proficient in lip reading, she didn't plan on sharing it with others. Therefore, what Qin Zheng and the others saw was that Yi Ying's expression was even uglier than Princess Xixia's, who had just been schemed against during the dance. Princess Xixia ended the scene with a perfect posture. She glared fiercely at Yi Ying, then turned around and returned to the side of Zhaoyang eldest princess. The fragrant sweat on her forehead also showed that she was not as relaxed as she appeared. After all, Yi Ying's song was too different from the sudden turn before and after. She was unprepared and did not make a fool of herself on the spot because of her superb dancing skills and adaptability. Since she dared to scheme against her, she would definitely teach her a lesson. After nearly 4 hours of competition, the winners of each skill were finally decided. Yi Ying's results were slightly worse than last year's. Although she did her best to display a flying immortal dance, she barely tied with Princess Xixia for first place. However, young Master Feng San, who was known as the Zither Master in the capital, vetoed it. He lost to Lu Ruyun, the daughter of the Lu family, and was placed second. After that, she got third place in the poem competition, but it was difficult to hide Yi Ying's aggrieved and defeated expression. On the other hand, Princess Xixia, as an outsider, shone brightly in the later competitions. She got third place in Zither, first in calligraphy, and second in chess. As a result, Princess Xixia became the champion of this 100-flower festival with 2 first places, 1 second place, and 1 third place. Zhaoyang eldest princess was clearly very satisfied with this result. The judges in the stands also praised this foreign princess a bit more. Just as old Master Suzhia was about to announce the results of the 100-flower festival, Princess Xixia bent down and whispered a few words in Zhaoyang princess's ear. Then she stood up and bowed apologetically to old Master Su. She turned around and looked at the gloomy Yi Ying below the stage. A cold smile flashed across her face. Everyone, please forgive me. Xixia requests to redo the dance competition with 4th young Miss Yi. Princess Xixia said in a clear voice. The venue suddenly became noisy. Feng Zhiao lazily leaned in his chair and looked at Princess Xixia with a smile. To be able to see the dance of the princess and the capital's #1 beauty again, I believe everyone here will be very happy. But why do you want to redo it? Princess Xixia raised her head and proudly said, Doesn't your central plane say that there is no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts? Although this dance is not the same as martial arts, this princess is not used to being on the same level as others. As she spoke, she disdainfully glanced at Yi Ying. She was just short of saying that Yi Ying did not deserve to be on the same level as her. Below the stage, Yi Ying's face immediately turned pale. Her slender figure was on the verge of collapsing. In the eyes of everyone present, Princess Xixia was unavoidably going too far and bullying others. Princess Xixia did not care about other people's gazes. She only stared at Yi Ying. Feng Zhiao lazily swept his phoenix eyes over Imo Jingli, who was sitting on the side with a gloomy expression. He smiled and said, Your Highness Princely, what do you think? After all, 4th young Miss Yi is your fiancée. Imo Jingli glanced at Yi Ying below the stage. There was a slight fluctuation in his cold eyes. He faintly said, Is Princess Xixia dissatisfied with Yaoji's judging? Yaoji smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she was very charming. If Princess Xixia has an even more beautiful dance, Yaoji is naturally willing to appreciate it. But I don't know if I have the honor. Imo Jingli was silent. Although he did not know much about dancing, Imo Jingli naturally knew that Yi Ying and Princess Xixia's dancing skills should be on par with each other from Yaoji's previous results. But dancing was a skill to be appreciated with one's eyes. Even if the two people's skills were almost the same, Princess Xixia's enthusiasm was obviously more moving than Yi Ying's grace and elegance. This situation could be called a high standard and a low standard. If Yi Ying lost to Princess Xixia again, Imo Jingli's handsome straight eyebrows gradually furrowed. Seeing that he did not speak, Zhaoyang royal princess on the main seat frowned with some displeasure. Jingli. There was a low cry from below the stage. Then there was the crisp sound of porcelain falling to the ground. Everyone looked towards the sound. The maid beside Yi Ying was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. Yi Ying's face was pale as she covered her left arm. Her left arm was already wet. It was obvious that the maid who served tea had accidentally spilled the tea on Yi Ying. Imo Jingli got up and jumped down from the stands. He pulled Yi Ying into his arms and kicked away the maid kneeling on the ground. Get lost. On the stage, Princess Royal's face suddenly turned ashen. Imo Jingli had kicked her maid from her Princess Royal's residence. Someone, invite the imperial physician to treat Miss Yi. The young ladies present couldn't come back to their senses when they saw this sudden turn of events. Although each of them tried their best to maintain their manners as young ladies from noble families, it did not prevent them from privately exchanging their opinions in various ways. TSK, Miss Li, you have to be careful. Your sister is ruthless. After a few hours of sitting, Mu Rongting's address for Yi Ying had evolved from Miss Yi, Yi Li, to the intimate Miss Li. If it was really that maid who had accidentally spilled the tea on Yi Ying, Mu Rongting would not believe it even if she bet on her brain that she did not like to read. How could it be so coincidental that Princess Shixia had just issued a challenge and Yi Ying was scalded? Hua Tianxiang frowned. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.